So every once in a while, I make the mistake of sharing my media opinions, and even though I think that generally speaking, they're pretty well informed and well thought out, even if people disagree, I think that I do a decent job justifying my positions. I'm going to make an effort now to present a media opinion with an unprecedented level of justification. I'm going to talk about From Software games. So I'm not like an amazing video game player. I watch enough professional video game players to know that I don't have an amazing automatic propensity for high quality game playing. I am, however, very good. If I'm given enough time in a given genre, I can usually outperform 95% of the players. And that's, I have a lot of free time and I like games. And it's also genre dependent. I have never been that good at PvP shooters, not even like above median. I think I'm actually below average there. But I can beat Doom Eternal on the highest difficulty. I think that's indicative of something. One genre where I'm particularly, I think, pretty good is the From Software genre. Bloodborne, Dark Souls, Elden Ring, stuff like that. I've beaten Dark Souls 1, 2, and 3, Soul Level 1, no shields, no magic. And I've almost finished beating Elden Ring's Rune Level 1, no blocking, parrying, magic, or summons. Oh, no summons for any of them. And no bow. Yeah, just melee, roll dodging, melee, and roll dodging. So my opinion with these games has always been that while it is awesome that they give people a wide range of options to play, I think the game is at its most interesting in engaged melee combat because most boss movesets rely on the assumption that the player is going to be engaging them in melee. Sometimes when you're fighting from range, you get awkward moments where a boss will kind of like hover at the edge of the arena or just stare at you with like that face, the meme face of the guy just you know and you're just pelting them with like arrows or magic from range and they like lose half their health. That's not always the case. Some bosses will track you down and are equally difficult with magic or not. But I beat all these in the way that I did because I wanted to really experience the boss fights, to like master them. I did some of this on stream. I think the most deliberate example of mastery that you guys saw would have been with me fighting Loretta, the boss in the Brace of the Halig tree in Elden Ring, where at the beginning I was dying in like one hit, like to every, like just one hit dying like to everything, and by the end of the fight I had like mastered it to the point where I could basically no hit the entire fight. That feeling is so good. I love that feeling in these games. And that's why I challenge myself, When I'm playing other types of games, like a shooter, I don't challenge myself in saying like, okay, let's do this with no jumps. Let's do this with no grenades. Let's do this with no reloads, Because when I don't think those decisions make the games more interesting. But I do think what I did with the From Software games made them more interesting. Having low health means that mistakes really, really, really matter. At most, I get to take one hit of damage before I need to heal. I never get two hits, Sometimes I'll just be outright insta-killed from an attack, in which case I have to not be hit by that attack. Having relatively lower damage because I can't level up strength or dexterity or whatever means I have to spend a longer time with the fight. It means that I can't use super heavy weapons. Not using magic or bows means I can't attack from range. I always have to put myself in danger in order to attack. So with all that, I want to rate all of these bosses in an aggregate. How fair of a fight are they? Is there like bullshit damage that comes in, that's just not like fair or responsive or interesting? Are they interesting to play? Are they balanced appropriately for the area you find them in? What about the level of spectacle, right? Stuff like that. And I thought about these while playing, and I played all of it through in the past couple of months. I replayed all these games. No, it's not smash or pass. We are actually going to try to analyze these boss fights, okay? I know. Tragically, we'll have to save the smash or pass for a little bit later, okay? So the first thing that I want to talk about is Dark Souls 1. And the video that I have, where I'm going to go over all these, doesn't have the Asylum Demon as a boss fight video that we can look at. If I was a video essayist, I would just clip together videos, but I don't have that, so we're going to look at YouTube videos of other people playing these boss fights. And I want to talk about Dark Souls 1 first, because I know a lot of people got into the From Softwares from Elden Ring, and they haven't gone back and played the older ones. You know that meme that you've seen where it's like, "Oh, I want to play the older games, but I can't stand the clunkiness. The clunkiness is too much." Like that with like the nerd glasses with, you know what I mean? You know what I'm referring to? Um, well, those older games are very clunky. The first Dark Souls is really, really clunky relative to Elden Ring. But there are things about it that I really, really like. First of all, the first Dark Souls is much slower and much more punishing. In Dark Souls 3 and Elden Ring, you can roll spam your way through a lot of attacks, especially in the open world or with regular enemies. If you make a mistake, you roll at the wrong time, you can just roll again. You can keep rolling. Rolling doesn't cost much stamina, and you can just keep doing it, and there's a very slow, like a very minimal recovery time. In Dark Souls 1, and you guys will know this if you've played, in Dark Souls 1, a roll is a commitment. A roll, you have to marry a roll. Okay, you need to put a ring on that finger before you can roll through it. It takes a while to finish through with a roll. And what's more, because of the way enemy attacks function back then and the environments you often fought them in, you are at any point in time like one or two bad rolls away from death, even with enemies that don't do that much damage. Um, and I kind of like that because it is a little bit samey in Dark Souls 3 and Elden Ring specifically, how you can just like if you're under threat, like you can panic roll your way through a lot of situations. You can get pretty high health, you can get a lot of healing, you can panic roll your way through a lot. It feels like the game gave you a easier opportunity to clumsily stumble your way through difficult encounters. So to compensate, they made the encounters way tougher because fights like Melania or Godwyn or Radagon in Elden Ring are way harder than anything you're going to find in Dark Souls 1. Like, if you could standardize damage and health perfectly and put all the bosses in Dark Souls 1 up against their counterpoints in Elden Ring, the Elden Ring bosses would dominate, like, not even close. They're way harder. More damage, faster attack cycles, longer combos, everything. But let's not waste any time, okay? So the first boss that is unfortunately not shown in the video that I'm going to go over is just the Asylum demon, which is the first boss in Dark Souls 1. You fight it very briefly at the beginning. You usually die to it. You then get the key that allows you to run through the Asylum. You do a drop attack on it from above, and then you fight and kill it properly. I really like the Asylum demon as a fight. I really, really like it because I think it does a good job of demonstrating the principle of the game, which is that no matter how difficult something is, it can be overcome with enough skill and determination. So for that, I'm going to put it solidly in the good category, right up there. I like what Asylum Demon does. I think it's very good and representative and a good start. Very good intro fight. And now that we've done that, we get to go to the actual video. Look at that. Up next is the Capra Demon, which you encounter in Undeadburg. Let me... Nice low volume. This fight was always really clunky to me. Let me turn it down a little further. There we go. This fight was always really, really clunky to me. Oh, sorry. Taurus Demon, not Capra Demon. I get them mixed up. The Capra Demon will come later. This fight was always really odd to me because I feel like it teaches the wrong lessons. First of all, you can do a plunging attack on it here. So the first two bosses of the game set you up for learning how to do a plunging attack. But plunging attacks are almost never used in future boss fights. Like throughout the rest of the Dark Souls series, plunging attacks are just not a recurring feature of boss game mechanics. And for that reason, it seems kind of weird for the first two bosses to introduce them to you in such an important way. What's more, with the Taurus Demon, because of the bridge that you fight the Taurus Demon on, it's pretty easy not only for you to get knocked off the broken sections of the bridge, but also for the Taurus Demon to fall off. The very first time I fought the Taurus Demon, it fell off on the side, which is not satisfying? That's not really a satisfying conclusion to a fight, you know? To have it just fall off the side. You can see on the far end over there, the broken sections of bridge. If it does a big sweeping attack, it can knock you off and then just fall off itself. And I don't know. I don't really like that. No, it is funny when it happens. I get that. But as a learning lesson, this is the second boss in a difficult game in a burgeoning series. It seems odd that they would introduce things in that way. This really is just a normal enemy that you'll find later with higher health and lower damage. It's really just a regular enemy, you know? I don't think there's much exceptional or really that interesting about your fight with the Taurus demon. And for that reason, I'm afraid that I'm going to have to condemn it to the depths of being okay or inoffensive. I'm actually going to put inoffensive. I don't like that fight. I don't, you know? I don't think it teaches the right lessons there. But that's okay. The Bell Gargoyles are the next fight that you come up against in the Undead Asylum. And this fight is actually pretty hard. It's a group fight. You get the first Bell Gargoyle down to 50% health. And after that, the second one comes out. And when the second one comes out, they have attacks that overlap each other and can make it pretty difficult to really deal with both of them at the same time. Let me skip ahead a little bit in the fight so you can see what I mean. You have the first one here. Okay. We chop the tail off, which is something you can do in a lot of Dark Souls 1 fights with enemies with tails. Then the second one comes in, and it has a fire attack. And again, I'm only watching other people's gameplay here, so I can't really like demonstrate or show concepts as I think of them. But the two bosses can have a habit of overlapping their attacks in a big, broad area that can make it really difficult to find an opening to take advantage of. However, at the same time, they're both slow enough that there's usually a way around it, and I think it's a pretty good object lesson in the importance of understanding how to take advantage of openings in like group battles. You know what I mean? Very, very important stuff there. Yeah, the second gargoyle tends to rely on flame breath, but I think I can use pretty similar attack timings. I do like what it does with regards to teaching people spacing. I think that's valuable. I think it's an okay fight. I don't even know if I would put it up with... Is it good? I think it's an okay fight. I'm going to be a lot more critical with Dark Souls 1 than I think a lot of people are in retrospect. Having played through all this at Soul Level 1, I have had mixed experiences with the bosses in this game. But I'll go over that. The Moonlight Butterfly, there's like nothing to say about the Moonlight Butterfly. It's a Garbo fight. It hovers there and spams magic attacks at you that you can just easily dodge for like a minute, and then it will land and you can hit it for a bit and then it gets back up, and it's just not interesting. I agree it's atmospheric, but I just do not think that that's enough. I think you can be atmospheric and interesting at the same time. There's not much interesting to say about this boss. If you have a ranged or magic attack, you can just pelt it while it's doing this. If not, you just wait. It's not interesting at all. The music is great. The atmosphere is great. The boss design itself is interesting visually. But the boss fight sucks. I'm going to put this in the boring category. See, I have two categories here that I consider unacceptable. Boring and frustrating. Frustrating would be fights that I actively dislike. See, even the fights here that I would say are inoffensive, I enjoy doing. We're grading this on a curve, and the curve is not in Dark Souls' advantage because everything here is so high quality. Everything is going to be scaled down a little bit. I like fighting the Taurus demon. I like the inoffensive boss fights, but I don't like the Moonlight Butterfly because it's a boring fight. Anything in here in the inoffensive to masterpiece section is something that I like playing and look forward to playing and have fond memories of. Anything down here is stuff that I actively do not like. Does that make sense? Okay, just making sure. Up next, we have the Capra Demon. You all know, don't you? The Capra, there is some value to the Capra Demon. The basic point of the Capra Demon is that you enter the fog door and immediately get ganked by the dog enemies. And dog enemies in From Software games are always the worst. And the Capra Demon itself, which does a lunging attack at you. If you know what's coming and you have a good shield, you can usually avoid most of the problems with the fight. There is a lesson to be learned here. but it's a lesson in frustration. And I feel like that's a fair statement to make. Like, the real difficulty of this fight is, like, you're in a cramped area, you don't have much room to move or see what the enemy is doing, and the dogs keep interrupting your attacks, you know? Most of the strategies around this fight don't involve getting good at it. They involve throwing yourself into the fog wall over and over until you get lucky enough to one-shot the dogs so that you can have some breathing room with the Capra Demon itself, at which point the fight's basically over because the Capra Demon is just a regular enemy. So that's not to say the lesson learned here isn't a valuable one. I just think it's taught in a stupid and unintuitive and unfun way. And for that reason, Capra Demon has the distinguished quality of being the first boss that I put in the frustrating category. You can do the falling attack on the Capra Demon just like the first boss. Well, you can do a falling attack on anything that you get at from a high ledge, but I don't think that makes it any less frustrating. People like to skip this fight. There's a strategy where you can throw fire bombs over the fog wall to kill it, and I think that's fine. I just don't think it's that fun of a fight, and I don't look forward to doing it when I replay the game. And Lord knows I have played all these games plenty of times. Anyway, after you kill the Capra Demon and make your way down quite a distance, you get yourself over to the Gaping Dragon. Now, the Gaping Dragon is the first fight that I would say in Dark Souls 1 that is truly atmospheric, or I should say cinematic. The Gaping Dragon is really cinematic. It's the first fight that you fight where the enemy is, like, properly massive. Huge, huge, huge boss monster here. With a really interesting design and really, really, really boring attacks. Now, having played this fight again, I do want to say there is something valuable about the design of this fight. And that is learning how to exploit the the directional attacking abilities of large enemies. See, large enemies in these games don't usually attack in ways that encompass their entire body in a damage field. They usually attack in ways that very specifically make some areas dangerous while other areas aren't. So what that means in practice is that the Gaping Dragon fight is teaching you to avoid areas that are danger zones and, stay active in areas that aren't. If you're in front of him while his torso is raised up, you are in the danger zone. If you're near his legs when he's charging, or in front of him when he's charging, you're in the danger zone. When you're near him when he does his vomit attack, you're in the danger zone. When you're near his tail when he does the spin, you're in the danger zone. But there's always a safe zone to be in, too. When I replayed... Good night, Merrick. When I replayed this fight, I was actually surprised... Oh, here we go. We're getting launched. When I replayed this fight, I was actually surprised by how much I enjoyed it. Not because it was difficult or that interesting, but because I felt like I was learning what the game developers were instructing me to understand. Something that I already understood, because of course I played this game years ago, and have played all the other games too, so I know already. But I kind of liked what they were going for. I don't think Gaping Dragon is as bad as people say it is. I think that Gaping Dragon is a fair okay. I would put it above Taurus Demon. I like it, and I think the spectacle of the fight is valuable, you know? I think it's pretty darn cool. Who says it's bad? People tend to diss on Gaping Dragon, but that's okay. Up next, we have the Stray Demon. So there are 3 Asylum demons in this damn game. First, it's the Asylum demon, then the Stray Demon when you revisit the Asylum, and then later the Fire Sage, Demon Fire Sage or whatever, which is the same except with fire attacks. Doing one reskin... Okay, I say this knowing we have Elden Ring in our near future. Doing one reskin is acceptable. Doing 2 is way too much. I'm going to blame Stray Demon here because it is a reskin fought in the same basic area. This is literally the most boring fight in the world, okay? The attacks of the Stray Demon do crazy damage and have huge range, but they are so god-awfully slow. Once you know what's happening, it's so easy to deal with them. The main threat with the Stray Demon is that, in addition to the attacks that the Asylum Demon had, the Stray Demon can also just do this big wave of, like, magic energy in front of it that has a very weird tell. But once you know that it's coming and where it's coming from, it's that right there. Once you know how to not get hit by that, it's pathetically easy to kill this boss. You know? That's it. That's the only challenge. It's just knowing what the area of effect of that attack is. Once you know that, it's it. Like, the fight is done. You've beaten the fight once you know that. This boss has so much health. It takes so long to kill him and to take all of his health down. And they kind of gank you with the boss to begin with by having you fall into this area from the arena of the Asylum demon. I don't know. The main issue that I have with this fight is that it's boring and they do a poor job telegraphing the new mechanic. I think that this boss would go in inoffensive. Yeah, I don't think it's as bad as the Moonlight Butterfly. I'm going to go with inoffensive here, I think. Stray Demon. Yeah, definitely below Taurus Demon, though. Definitely below Taurus Demon. Definitely, definitely. After that, we have the Chaos Witch Quelaag. Quelaag slaps. Let's all get the titty shot. Quelaag's a super, super nice fight. The two things that Quelaag, the fight, really sell you on are A, positional awareness, and B, it's good to stay close to the boss. See, Quelaag will run up to you and do these melee attacks, but they'll pass right over your head if you're close to the spider body that she occupies. Which means that you're actually incentivized to be bold and stay close to her, which who wouldn't with, you know, a body like that. She also vomits fire on the ground, which means that you have to be aware of where you're backing up to. And I think both of these are new mechanics in Dark Souls 1. Up to this point, I don't think any boss has implemented area denial in the way that she has, or encouraged you to stay close in the way that she has. She has this big AoE attack like that, which is poorly telegraphed. I don't really like that it's poorly telegraphed, but it also has a pretty obvious tell, and there's only one of them, so... I really like this boss. It's a really, really good boss fight. Have you watched Monster Musume? Yes, I have. Oh, I also like the fact, this is just an aesthetic thing. I really love the fact... First of all, the model looks great. I mean, the enemy model. Like the spider, too. Not just the fact that she's naked from the top up, but, you know, the actual spider looks awesome. And when she swooshes her sword, you can see spider webs in the fire. It's really cool. Look at this. I love that. That's a bit of detail right there that I just never... I never get over, like, how cool it is. That just this big, like, sweep would leave, like a spider web pattern. I just love looking at it. It's not the easiest fight in the world until you get a handle of it, and once you get a handle of it, it's very easy to master. And I like fights that are like that. Once you figure out their mechanics, they become very easy to manage because it really was a knowledge game, you know? I'm proud to introduce Chaos Witch Quelaag to the very first great boss. Right up there. I'm very, very proud to have her occupy the very first slot up there. Very happy. Then we have Ceaseless Discharge. So Ceaseless Discharge is a weird fight. There are two ways to kill Ceaseless Discharge. First of all, this boss has high health and very high damage. It's also physically one of the largest bosses in all of the From Software games. It is colossal. The normal way to kill this guy is you... Okay, well, this guy's going to do a bow, I guess. That's an option. He will punch forward, and then you stab his arm while he hold... Yep, and then you hit it. And he has a ton of health, and it takes a really long time. And there you go. And now the same thing's going to happen again, and... Yep. Anytime now. And now you hit, and this continues for several minutes. Incredibly boring. There's a second way to kill it, though. Which is that if you get his dead sister's clothing, thus enraging him, he will rip out one of his own arms, and then he will chase you, if you run there, all the way to the far end of the arena. He will lose footing on a platform underneath him, and then he'll jump at you, and he will lose his footing on the platform, and you can knock him off, and he'll fall and instantly die. I don't know if that's going to be shown here, but I think it's a different enough way of killing him that I think it's worth Ceaseless Discharge. Easy kill. That's the first thing that shows up in the autocomplete. There you go. I'm just going to show it. No audio. You run all the way over here. Ah, look at this frame rate. Lovely. This video must have come out in like 2011 or something. He'll jump after you, grab onto the platform. See? This guy does a little taunt. Very nice. And then you hit his hand. A few times. He can't damage you. You're safe, you know? And then he dies. And they do a poor job communicating this, but the reason he dies is because he falls down. You break his grip, and he falls all the way down to the ground, which kills him. That additional way of killing him is interesting, but I don't know if that compensates for the fact that the boss itself isn't interesting. You know? Like, I don't know if it's fair to say, like, okay, the boss design is really boring, but there's a cool way of killing him that allows you to bypass how boring his boss design is. I don't know if that's an acceptable answer, but the fact that that option is available makes this fight feel inoffensive to me. Because I'm not bored when I do it, because I have fun getting his sister's clothing and then running over to do the quick kill method. That I enjoy, but it doesn't make up for the fact that I feel like if the only way to kill Ceaseless Discharge was through that method, I would actually like it more. Does anyone else agree with me? That if the only way to beat Ceaseless Discharge was to have it be a puzzle boss where you have to run him back and then, like, knock him off, that might actually make it okay for me. But the fact that from my first experience playing the game when I didn't know about the fast kill method, I just, like, fought his arm for 5 minutes. Yeah. I don't know. Anyway, moving along. The Great Grey Wolf Sif. So, Sif is an amazing fight from an aesthetic and lore perspective. First of all, the idea of fighting a great wolf that has a massive sword in its mouth is just, like, really cool. And also, when you know all the lore behind Sif, which I'm not going to get into, I'm going to try not to make this another lore video because I've rambled about Dark Souls lore enough. Like, that's pretty cool. The fight itself sucks. I hope you can all agree with this. The fight itself with Sif is uninteresting and kind of janky. Basically, it's just like they'll do big, high-damaging spins, and you poke at their legs a bit, she jumps away, and then you do it again. I don't feel like there's much of a dance or engagement there, and the camera goes full wonky when you're trying all this. You can de-lock, of course, but it never feels right fighting her. You know? Like, yeah. That said, from a lore perspective, and for how fondly I feel of this fight, I can't hate it, you know? Yeah, see, it's just, yeah, she can just hop around for a while, and it just, it is iconic. But from a mechanical gameplay perspective, it's also far from the high point of the series. I can't give her a pass because of the lore. I think Sif is okay. You know, I think people speak fondly of Sif largely for lore reasons. I think that Sif is okay. I don't think she's inoffensive. I would put her in between the Bell Gargoyle and the Gaping Dragon. I think the Bell Gargoyle is a better fight. I think that Sif in a lore and, like, gameplay, like, in terms of the immersion and the experience, Sif is above these fights. But in terms of, like, the actual boss fight, I think that okay is an acceptable place for her. Then we have the Iron Golem. So the Iron Golem is kind of a weird one. You can knock the Iron Golem off the cliff pretty easily if you know how to. It will stagger for a long time if you do enough damage to its legs, and it might fall back if you keep doing damage. If you know how to position the Iron Golem for it, it can be an effective quick kill method. But you still have to do a lot of damage to get it to that point. The main issue that I have with this fight is that its grab is really frustrating to deal with. See, you just arrive at this fight after going through Sen's Fortress. You might not have found the gate key, the secret pass, and you might not have found the secret bonfire either. And the grab is not intuitive. His axe attacks are. His axe attacks are easy to figure out. But his grab has a kind of weird timing and hitbox, which, if you're hit by it, you're basically guaranteed to be dead. If Iron Golem was better positioned there, he would have fallen off, but there was a column behind him. Because he can just throw you right off. I do not like... Yeah, I don't like grabs in this game. In a lot of these games, grabs have always felt kind of weird. That being said, I do like the Iron Golem. One thing that I like the Iron Golem a lot for is the fact that if you don't kill the giant that's throwing the big explosive balls around, it will continue to pelt the boss arena with those bombs while you fight. It's like a good way of getting you to pay attention to the outside world, basically, while you're doing the fight. And yeah, I kind of like that, you know, a reward for being thorough with your exploration. It's also just kind of a really badass fight. I think it's a good fight. I would put the Iron Golem in good, but below Asylum Demon, because I still think the Asylum Demon is vitally good at giving you like an intro to the game's mechanics. Then we have Crossbreed Priscilla. This is in the Painted World. This is an underwhelming boss fight. There's a cool invisibility mechanic where she will cloak and you have to see where she is based on footsteps in the snow around her. And then you deal damage to her. But there's nothing really interesting about the fight outside of that mechanic. In fact, I would say that's the only thing about that fight that really warrants mentioning, and the rest of it is just a pretty standard, like, she will attack in front of her when you are in front of her type deal. There's really not much of a challenge, and by the time you are able to beat the Painted World of Ariandel, she's gonna be really, really, really easy to kill. Like, she's kind of under-leveled, don't you think? For the point that you fight her in the game, it feels like she should have been stronger than she is. Like, maybe 50% more health? I don't know. Maybe that's kind of the point. She's not supposed to be this warrior. She does let you go, after all. You don't have to fight her. Look at her, yeah, see, when she's not invisible, she just kind of stands and sweeps in front of her. You can just circle strafe. I think it's supposed to be sad. I understand that, and I understand that there is a kind of narrative value to, like, feeling like you're beating up on a boss that doesn't want to fight, who can't stand up to you, but I don't think they nailed it here. If they wanted us to feel sad, I think they could have made her more pathetic. Sif limps when you get her to low health. I liked that about the Sif fight. See, like, look at this fight, right? I mean, like, this is not a very interesting fight mechanically. The invisibility mechanic is interesting. And the best part of the invisibility mechanic is that Crossbreed Priscilla gave way to one of the best fights of any boss ever, which is going to be Sister Frida. So Crossbreed Priscilla's mechanics are directly referenced in Dark Souls 3. And when they're done there, they're done brilliantly. But this fight is like, this fight's inoffensive. I'll put her there. Yeah, just, yeah. But that's okay. Don't worry, guys. One thing that people don't understand in retrospect about these games is that Dark Souls 1's reputation was saved by the DLC. Because the bosses in the first half of Dark Souls 1 are not generally that interesting, and the bosses in the later half are generally kind of bad. The DLC, though, whew, we'll get there. Yeah, we'll get there. They really learned their shit. So people are going to be mad at me about this. Ornstein and Smo, I genuinely think is a bad boss fight. I actually think it does a worse job establishing the idea of managing multiple targets than the Bell Gargoyles. The reason for this, there are two reasons. First of all, this boss fight is trivially easy with any magic or ranged ability. These bosses cannot respond to being pelted from range. The reason for that is because their movement and mechanics are paced in a way which allows for you to run away from them infinitely. The reason you need to be able to do that is because these bosses, and this is the main sin of these bosses, don't allow you to create openings. You can't create an opening with Ornstein and Smo. You don't have the ability to. They give you openings when their attack patterns overlap in ways that allow you to sneak in hits on either one of them. But that's you responding to them rather than you forcing the fight. The issue is that their attacks will frequently overlap in really boring, uninteresting, and unreliable ways. Ornstein's kind of glitchy, he can use lightning attacks from behind Smo, and his charge attack can glitch out and like randomly hit you out of nowhere. And oftentimes you'll be put in positions where there is just no way to avoid taking damage. Now, there is a way to no-hit this fight, and I know because I did it. In my Soul Level 1 run of this, I no-hitted the fight, which is not easy. And you know what it was? Fucking boring. Because all you do is run away from them over and over, waiting until Ornstein does his dash attack forward, and then you sneak in 1 or 2 hits, and then you continue the run. It's not interesting. It doesn't lead to you engaging with the mechanics that effectively. There are plenty of other dual boss fights in the From Software game series that are way more interesting and better managed than this. Like, seriously, it is just not that good of a fight. It's just not. No, I legitimately believe that Godskin Duo is a more interesting fight, and better managed in a like dual fight perspective. I don't think this fight is that good. Now, another issue is that the second phase is significantly easier than the first phase, because once you beat one of the 2 dudes here, and you're fighting off the empowered version in the second phase, usually fighting Smo, because it's easier to kill Ornstein first, you find that individually the mechanics of these bosses is really, really, really boring. You're literally watching a guy take the fight in an interesting way. No, and I want to be clear about something, okay? If the only interesting way to do a fight is hit trading, that is a design flaw. It should be possible to no-hit these fights while still playing them in an interesting way. Because if the only way to engage with them in a fun way is to dive in, accept that you're going to take some hits, dart out, heal, and continue, which is admittedly the way most people play, that means that the only fun way to play is a way which requires you to take damage, and the only way to avoid damage while playing is to play in an unfun way. Now, there's going to be a lot of variability with how I apply these standards, but I seriously urge you, go back and play Ornstein and Smo, Soul Level 1 like I did. It is boring. It's a boring fight that is easily trivialized with range abilities, that is glitchy, that is inconsistent with opening windows you can take advantage of. And once you get to the second phase, it's a lot easier because these bosses individually aren't that interesting mechanically. You just pretty easily kill Super Ornstein or Super Smo. Yeah. You may hold me to this. You may say it's controversial. If you have fond memories of this, it's because you hit traded. And there is nothing wrong with hit trading, but there is something wrong with a fight that only becomes interesting if you're willing to take damage. I hope everyone can understand that. Can you think of some video game bosses that, when done with like no hit, are still interesting? Yes. Most of the boss fights in all these games. Don't say that it's unreasonable to say that a boss fight should be interesting when done no-hit, because almost all the fights in From Software games are interesting when done no-hit. In fact, I would argue doing a fight no-hit is usually the most interesting way of doing it, because it means that you have to be really vigilant with your dodges, blocks, parries, whatever else. That means you're playing at a really high level of skill and you're engaging with their mechanics. Whereas if you're kind of like over leveled a little bit and you can just take hits and it's not a big deal, you don't really have to engage with the mechanics that much, and it can kind of feel like a steamroll. You understand what I mean? Like beating a boss when you're over leveled over them, like you take a hit, whatever, but having to take no hits, that's interesting. Unless you're fighting Ornstein versus Smo. Under Plague, I've beaten Smo first. I swear I've done everything in Dark Souls 1. I've done things you couldn't even imagine. Don't agree using your health as a resource when you're gauging what you can take versus what you do is more skillful than pressing a button reaction movement. Yagsi, are you seriously arguing right now that just hit trading, running away, and healing is more skillful than dodging every attack? What do you... Okay, no, I'm not even engaging with this. No. To be fair, no hit is a design goal of the game. Stop! Misinterpreting what I'm saying. I didn't say no hit is a design goal of the game. I'm saying that if a fight is designed so that the only fun way to play it requires you to take hits in a game where overwhelmingly these fights can be done interestingly while no-hitting, I think that is a design issue. but blatantly misinterpreting what you're saying is part of how the discourse happens. Yeah, I don't like it. Should it be that controversial a statement? A fight should be fun, but also fair, because I don't think it's fair to have overlapping attacks that basically require you to take a hit, right? Like, it's a fight is fair when damage happens, but you can avoid it. That's the whole point of these games, right? If you die, it's your fault. If you get hit, it's your fault. So it should be able to be fair and fun at the same time, right? Fair being you can avoid damage, and fun meaning you don't spend 12 minutes kiting Ornstein around while taking one hit at a time. I'm not arguing about this anymore. If you don't like my standards for how I consider these games fun, that's fine, but I don't want you all to be screaming at me in chat, okay? I have always believed this. And by the way, I think it's acceptable to hold. If you have no stats for hit trading ever, that's your fault. Oh my god. Are you saying game overs are a failure of the game design? No. What? What? What do you people hear when I say things? Guys, a fight should be fun and fair. Well, could you, excuse me. What are you talking, what are you talking about? How can you get mad at that? Like, obviously, these fights should be fun and fair. They should be fun in that they're engaging and interesting to play, and they should be fair in that when you take damage, it's your fault, right? That's like the whole Dark Souls thing. This isn't a Final Fantasy game where taking damage is a necessary part of turn-based combat. The point here is that when you take damage, it should be your fault. A very good player should be able to avoid taking damage, right? That's the whole point of it being skill-based. But being very good and playing very good shouldn't necessitate an unfun play style, right? Like, that's reasonable, right? Like, it's not unreasonable to say, hey, in this game series that's all about skill-based difficulty, and when you get hit, it's on you, but you can prevent it by being good, you should be able to do that while still having fun, and not internally sacrifice that and go like, oh, there is a way to have fun, I just have to, like, not care when I take damage. Okay, I'm not doing this again. Ornstein and Smo is literally an inferior version of, like, imbalanced duo fights that we're going to see over and over in these series. I genuinely do not think it's that good of a fight. I think that a lot of the hype about Ornstein and Smo is down to people who found it quite difficult and are proud of themselves for beating it, which they should be, mind you. And they overhype the fairness of the fight in retrospect because they feel it legitimizes their victory. I don't think they do. I don't think it does. Yeah. I think that Ornstein and Smo, if you're doing a no-hit run, or if you're doing a Soul Level 1 run, I think it's boring. Arguably frustrating. But for regular gameplay, I think it's okay. And I'm putting it here. Anyway. Dark Sun Gwendolyn. Dark Sun Gwendolyn is more of a lore fight than like a hard mechanics fight, you know? It's like an Easter egg fight, basically. It's not a very interesting Easter egg fight at all. You basically just run forward down an infinite hallway while they teleport backwards and spam ranged attacks at you. That being said, I never find this fight boring, you know? It's usually over pretty quickly. You usually kill them in like 4 teleports, and it's not difficult either, so it's not really frustrating. If anything, I would just say that the Dark Sun Gwendolyn fight is inoffensive. I will say the big like fun for this fight is the atmosphere. This big infinite hallway is really cool. It's also an actual physical hallway. It's not like the infinite staircase in Super Mario 64. This actually is like a hallway it would take 15 minutes to run down, but you can eventually reach the end. You can reach the end of this hallway with Gwendolyn still alive, in which case they'll just stop teleporting and, you know, just sit there and let you kill them, I guess. They have very low health. Anyway, I would consider this an inoffensive fight. It does not produce any negative feelings in me, but I don't think there's anything in this fight really worth praising. I would put this fight above Ceaseless Discharge, but apart from that, now we have Pinwheel. Okay. So, Pinwheel's kind of a joke fight. The area So you can get to Pinwheel really, really, really quickly. But in order to get to Pinwheel, you have to go through the catacombs, and the catacombs are a relatively difficult and pretty involved area. So by the time you beat the catacombs and make your way to Pinwheel, you can kill Pinwheel in like 3 hits. I mean, like, it's ridiculous how low Pinwheel's health is. Basically, he just, like, summons some copies of himself that kind of float around and shoot fireballs. And if you hit the copies, they just die quick, and then... Okay, this person went after the copies first instead of the real one. You know? Yeah, that's the... So just... This is one of those fights that can get out of control if you're very low level or very weak, because when the copies start spamming those fireballs, which deal decent damage too, you can get overwhelmed. In a way, this fight actually reminds me of the Crystal Sage in Dark Souls 3, in that it's a trivially easy fight if you're appropriately leveled, but if you're under-leveled or if you let things get out of hand, you can actually kind of be, like, bombarded with like, a bunch of magical ranged attacks. How do you tell the difference? I feel like you should be able to tell. Vibes. It's all vibes. Which one the real Pinwheel is? Yeah, just vibes. Anyway, Pinwheel is a legendarily easy boss, and not very engaging from a mechanical perspective, so there's not much to say. I would put in the inoffensive category. I feel like I'm overusing the inoffensive category, but I believe it. I believe this inoffensive category is authentic. I believe in it. Where are we? Pinwheel, here we go. Inoffensive. As bad as Ceaseless Discharge? No. As bad as Dark Sun Gwendolyn? I'm gonna put him here. Not boring? No, it can't be boring because it's over too quickly. Gravelord Nito, here we go. Now finally, on to the Lords. Gravelord Nito is a really cool boss, like, visually. Like, really, really cool. I love looking at Nito, because, like, From Software was like, okay, having the Gravelord, First of the Dead, be a skeleton would be kind of cliche. What if we made him 100 skeletons? And they were like, yeah. Yes, Miyazaki, our Lord and Savior. Thank you. Nito is really cool to fight because he's just a badass. Like, look at him. He's wearing a cloak made of shadows, and his body is just a mass of skeletons piled together, and he has a giant arm sword. Like, you know? Now, in terms of the quality of the fight itself, you get dropped in here, and he's commanding 8 skeletons. The skeletons will not permanently die unless they're killed by a weapon with divine damage. So you'll want that, because fighting him while the skeletons keep respawning is really difficult. Well, not really difficult, depending on your setup. At Soul Level 1, it would have been almost impossible, or at the very least, very, very tough. If his skeletons are gone, though, he's kind of a pushover. And that's the issue with this fight, isn't it? If you can't fully kill the skeletons, this is a tough boss fight, because they keep coming back up. If you can fully kill the skeletons, it's really easy to, because Nito just kind of shuffles on one side of the arena, like, really, really slowly. You can bait all the faster-moving skeletons to the other side of the stalagmites in the center of the boss arena, kill all of them with a divine weapon, and then he's, like, kind of trivial? He's really slow and weak. He does have a ranged attack, which is preceded by a scream that he lets out before a big spike comes up from the ground, but you can dodge it pretty easily if you know the timing for it. Coladict, you learn that the divine damage can permanently kill skeletons from the catacombs, which has a similar mechanic. It's a sword, not a spike. Sorry, a sword that he drives up through the ground. That's the issue. There are 2 ways to do this fight. The inept way, which is quite difficult and interesting, and the, knowledgeable way, where you have the divine weapon, which is kind of easy. For that reason, I'm going to put Gravelord Nito on the soft side of good. I'm going to put him here. I still don't think he holds up to Asylum Demon. I still don't. I really think the Asylum Demon was a brilliant first boss, in the effect that he had at that point, But better than the Iron Golem, I would say. We have a very bottom-heavy tier list so far, but don't worry, we'll work on that. Up next we have Seat the Scaleless. Speaking of a bottom heavy, yeah. Seat the Scaleless really sucks. In fact, I'm really gonna dunk on this guy. First of all, Seat the Scaleless has a rule-breaking bullshit introduction with the game's only guaranteed kill. Any of the From Software games, a guaranteed kill. In a boss fight, he will kill you, possibly curse you, depending on your curse resistance. Um, the first time that you fight him, he breaks the rules, he teleports you to a bonfire that you haven't been to before, then you light the bonfire, and then when you actually do fight him properly, he's incredibly boring. He just has, like, tentacle flaily attacks and a rotary breath that will spawn crystals, and you destroy this to make him vulnerable to damage. Isn't it optional to go to his first fight? If there is an optional element to it, it's like some bullshit optional. Like there's some speedrunner tactic to get around it. Like I've always had to die to him without glitches or whatever. Yeah, and he can curse you, and like, yeah, and you can't even see him. Like, he's got a cool design, but all you see is his fucking dumpy over here, and his tentacles, and then you just dodge the breath attack, and like, it kills you if you're there, and it doesn't if you're not, and this boss sucks. It does. This boss just plain sucks. Also, it lags. This boss has a lag issue in particular. The crystals that spawn up, especially in the non-remastered edition, cause big slowdown. He can cause curse, which is just kind of weird. Even in the remastered? Yeah, even in the remastered, there are some lag issues here. And you just, like, he just spins and you chases, like, tentacles, and he'll just not do anything for, like, 10 attacks. And then he'll do that, and it's like, you know, you get hit if you get hit, you don't if you don't. I don't like this boss. I don't. I'm going to put it in inoffensive. I can't put... I think boring and frustrating should be reserved for, like, the actually, like, I dislike these bosses. But for inoffensive, I'm going to put... I'm going to put him here, below Stray Demon, but above Gwendolyn, Pinwheel, and Ceaseless Discharge. Yeah, there were so many more cool things they could have done with this fight. You were just ranting about how boring it is, though. It's not boring like Moonlight Butterfly boring. I think that my opinion of this boss fight is improved by the run back to it, because even though the run back is long, the Crystal Caverns are really cool to navigate. It's also not a tough boss fight to get through. I'm going to put it inoffensive here, you know? Alright, up next we have the Four Kings. So the Four Kings I actually like. A lot of people don't like the Four Kings, so basically it's a DPS race. There are these giant enemies, by the way. They're huge, and they float in a void, and they attack you. Their attacks are huge with their range, massive with their range, and after a given length of time, another one of the Four Kings comes in, and you fight that one. And they can overlap if you're too slow. So if you take too long to kill the first one, then you'll fight two of them at once. And if you take too long those, I think up to 3 of them can come in at a time. Now, here are the good things about this fight, okay? First good thing about this fight, all right? It's atmospheric as all fuck. Like, fighting these, like, weird abyssal enemies that are floating inhumanely in a black void just feels really cool, in my opinion. I don't know. I always look forward to that feeling, and I get this chill up my spine when I enter the Four Kings boss arena. It just feels cool. People in chat can make fun of me if they want, but I do firmly believe this. The magic attacks they employ are really difficult to gauge the range of because there's no way to judge 3D perspective without a clear ground to see them traversing across. So if they fire a magic attack at you from a distance, like, is it a small attack that's nearby or a big attack that's farther away? It's really, really tough to like, determine. And I still, even having fought these guys like half a dozen times, I still have trouble finding that out. It's a DPS race. So if you are not leveling your weapons appropriately, this fight is incredibly tough. If you are, it's very manageable. I like this fight. I really do. I love the design of the boss. I actually find it very satisfying to dodge through their varied attacks. You actually have to dodge in multiple directions. You always dodge through the swipe, so left or right. run away for their big AoE attack, dodge, through their magic beams done from a distance, their stabs. When do we see the other 3 kings? This person is doing enough damage to not have the kings overlap. I really like this fight. I do. How was this fight on Soul Level 1? It was manageable. I still did enough damage to avoid much of an overlap. I only had to deal with 2 at a time for a short length of time before I finished the first one. Yeah, I'm gonna put this in good. I will put this in good. I know it's a little more controversial of a fight. I'll put this up here a little bit below Gravelord Nito, but above Iron Golem. Right up there. Now we're starting to get to it. We're starting to get to it, folks. Oh, we're starting to get to it. Up next, we have the Demon Fire Sage. So the Demon Fire Sage is yet another Asylum Demon reskin, which this video recording decided to start us in the middle of. I consider this to be a better version of the Stray Demon, because this boss is faster and more maneuverable, and its attacks to me feel like they're a bit more threatening. You're also farther along in the game at this point, which means that you can kill it faster. Its large health pool isn't as much of a boring slog to get through. I also felt threatened by this fight. I did not ever feel threatened by the Stray Demon. Once you understand the range of its big magical explosion, you pretty much have it. But this guy is, varied enough with his attacks and moves around enough that you can't always get behind him. If you can't get behind him, you're vulnerable to a wider range of attacks. Obviously, dumpy stabbing is the preferred method of killing this type of enemy, but, we can't always do that. Yeah, I like this fight better than the Stray Demon, but it's not, it's not great. I'm going to put the Demon Fire Sage in okay. Because it's another reskin, I'm going to put it right there. Reskins have to be considered, unless they add a lot to the fight, which in this case, I don't think they did. Not meaningfully. None of them have topped the original. In my humble opinion. Oh, everyone's favorite next. The Centipede Demon. So, this demon just sucks. I think most people's experience of this demon is just like, it flailed, and either it died or you died. Basically, you fight it in an area that's mostly covered by lava, which will insta-kill you, pretty much, if you step on it, but one of his arms, if cut off, will drop the ring that lets you walk on lava. So you can, in mid-fight, kill him, and then equip the ring, and then fight him while walking in the lava, but I think most people just, kill the arm, get the ring, die, and then come back, or they just kill him while standing on the platform. If the intention of this fight was to, cut off an arm and then mid-fight switch gear, then Miyazaki has to understand that being able to switch your gear mid-fight requires, a fair degree of skill. A lot of skill. A lot. Especially if you don't know the exact position of all the items that you have. Because if you have, 40 rings in your ring inventory, switching to where the new one is when you don't know what it looks like can take, multiple seconds, which is, more than enough time for them to kill you. So, this fight is just not interesting. It's not. You know what? I actually dislike this fight so much, I'm going to put it in frustrating. I've done this fight in every variation. I've fought him only on the platform. I fought him after getting the ring and fighting him out in the lava. I fought him when he will stand in the lava and do his long-ranged attack, that big arm sweep. I've done, all ways of fighting him. And he is just... he just sucks. It's just a sucky fight, I'm putting him in frustrating. I am. I don't like fighting the Centipede Demon. I don't have a fun experience fighting the Centipede Demon. I'll put it ahead of Capra Demon. But, yeah, I never look forward to this fight, But oh boy. The Bed of Chaos. Arguably the worst boss in all of these games. It comes right after, and wow, what an area. So after fighting through Lost Isolith, which in my opinion is a pretty cool area, it's kind of very alien and foreboding, this is a puzzle boss. It's a platforming boss. Basically, you just have to get to 2 tree stick things on either side of it, and every time you break one of those things, you unchain a part of the Bed of Chaos, and she does more attacks. If you if you really sit down and try to work out what all her attack patterns are, like really think about it, you can understand the basic gist of the fight, but you need foreknowledge to do that. And the problem is that the floor will begin to crumble during the fight in ways that you can't predict without already tripping and dying and falling into the pit. This boss, unless you have foreknowledge, will always kill you. In fact, I have never, in all my time talking about Dark Souls, heard of a person who successfully killed Bed of Chaos first effort without knowing about the boss beforehand. Everyone dies to it. Everyone dies to it. Because they just fall in a hole, or the random sweeping attacks that you can't track properly will knock them into the hole. It's boring, it's uninteresting, it's just... this is just a terrible fight. And then it requires you do a jump onto a platform, and this game's jumping mechanics are less than polished. See all these sections collapsing? You could have just been on that. It's just not, it's not good. It's no. Bed of Chaos is without a doubt the worst fight in Dark Souls 1 by a large margin. In fact, no. And it has the distinguished honor of sitting in its own tier, the Bed of Chaos tier, right down there. Change the color? Yeah, it should be like brown or something. Is there not a brown label color? Yeah. Can we just do that? That doesn't show much. Here, it's like grayed out because it's not even valid. There. All right, hold on. Don't worry, guys. I have more controversial opinions for you. Up next, okay, I'm going to do the DLC after I'm done with the base game. So the last boss to get to is Gwyn. Gwyn is a horrible fight. A genuinely terrible fight. When I first played Dark Souls 1 with a regular build, so I was like level, I don't know, 60, I don't know, whatever you are at endgame. When I did Gwyn the first time, I thought he was a largely uninteresting fight. His attacks are mostly really easy to dodge. Some of them are almost ridiculously hard to dodge. And you just run away for a bit to hide behind a pillar to heal. It was uninteresting. The difficulty came mostly from his insistence on chasing you forever, rather than the actual mechanical complexity of his attacks, but he wasn't tough to fight. Then I fought him soul level 1. He is a monster, and it's because of that attack right there that he does. This one right here. That attack. That attack right there single-handedly ruins this boss. The reason for that is because that snap attack has the same opening arm windup as another slower one that he does. That attack comes out, and you can make fun of me if you want, that attack comes out faster than it is fair to expect a person to react to. That snap attack can come out very quickly. And what's more, it comes out while you're still being staggered from the first hit that you take from other attacks. Let me try to explain this to you. Say you're soul level 1, as I was, which means that you have enough health to survive one hit, unless it's a grab. The grab, it'll kill you. But otherwise, you have one hit. In soul level 1, you take one hit, you can heal, then you have potentially, you can take another one hit. Okay. But in this fight, let's say Gwyn hits you with an attack. You should have dodged, but you didn't. He hits you with an attack. Okay? Now, you get staggered unless you have 65 or higher poise, which is really difficult to attain at soul level 1 because that's a lot of equip load that you have to put on. You might not have the weight necessary to do that while fast or mid-rolling. So you take the hit, and you stagger, which means you can't roll or attack or anything. And then, while you are still staggering, Gwyn in his computer brain does a dice roll on which attack he's going to do next. If he does 3 of the 4 attacks he's capable of doing, you have the ability to dodge back. If he does a slow swipe, a stab, or a grab, it takes long enough for him to do it that you can roll away. If he chooses to do the quick attack that I just showed you, he hits you before you can roll, and you die. That means every time you take any damage from Gwyn at soul level 1, there is a 1 in 4 chance that it is an insta-kill. That's not a combo, that's a stun lock. and those are different things. A combo is acceptable because the damage of the combo is baked into the mechanics of the attack. However, a random chance of being stunned into taking an unavoidable second hit is not acceptable game design. It is unfun, it is uninteresting, there is nothing that you can do about it except just not get hit, which of course ideally, but you know, we're all only human. Gwyn is a broken boss fight. He is not fun to fight. He is not interesting to fight. His mechanics are not interesting to engage with. They just aren't. I strongly believe this now. Now, I often avoid parrying in... Is there a way to make combos not bullshit? I don't have an issue with combos, but that's not a combo. That's different. There's a difference between a combo and being stun-locked into an unavoidable second hit. Now, one of the reasons that I avoid parrying in these games is because I know there are bosses that are made trivially easy when you parry them. Gwyn is an acceptable example of this. If you know how to parry, Gwyn is like a joke. A joke. Gwyn is a joke if you know how to parry. So I always thought, because I hadn't done Dark Souls 1 Soul Level 1 before, that Gwyn being so trivially easy when parried meant parry was overpowered in Dark Souls 1. And there's an argument to be made for that, but I have an even better argument now. And it's that Gwyn isn't worth your time. Parry him, kill him, be done with it. That's what I did Soul Level 1. There's no point. It's just a waste of time. He is an unfun boss. He is an uninteresting boss. He is lore-wise, music-wise, a masterpiece. Tone, mood-wise, environment-wise, a masterpiece. In terms of the mechanics of the fight, a waste of time. So I'm going to put him in the frustrating category. Below Capra Demon. No, Bloodborne's not on the list. I haven't done it Soul Level 1. Yeah, K-Dash Prime. Listen to his music, vibe, and parry the fuck out of him. Just get through that fight, because there's nothing for you there. Now, we have the real content. Basically, Miyazaki, in his Giga Brain Lord mastermind chair, looked at Dark Souls 1 after it came out, and he was like, okay, what if we made all these boss fights 10 times harder and 10 times as good? Genius, Miyazaki. What if we just made it 10 times as good? You're a genius, they said sarcastically. How about, we'll just make them better. And Miyazaki said, step aside, I'll show you. And then he did it. Let's go. Sanctuary Guardian is the opening fight to the DLC, and is actually a pretty tough fight. Despite it being kind of like a generic monster, griffin, like hybrid dude, it actually has like 12 moves that you have to keep in mind. The main problem I have with the Sanctuary Guardian is a lack of punishable openings. There are only 2 attack patterns that it has. One of them is that attack right there, the big wind blast. Where you can... Chimera, thank you. Where you can run forward and get like some solid attacks in. Were you able to beat the Double Guardian SL1? I didn't even try, and I'm not going to. Thank you. Oh, Manticore. That's right. But this boss is tough. Now, I do think the main issue that I have with this boss, and I like this boss, is that its combos can go on for so long that you don't get a chance to fight back. Like, it'll do a bunch of, like, charge forward swipes, and then it'll jump back, and then it'll fly, and then it'll do a lightning attack, and then it'll land, and then it'll do a bunch of attacks. And, like, you can sometimes wait, legit, like, 30 to 40 seconds in between windows of opportunity to attack, and it does not have a small health bar. That's an issue that I have with it. Now, that's not necessarily a function of its difficulty. Sometimes the waiting game can just be a little bit tiresome. That being said, I like this fight. Sanctuary Guardian, I'm putting you in the good category right here. You're still not beating out Asylum Demon. We'll get there. But I'm going to put you right below it. I think it's a good fight. We're about to blow Asylum Demon out of the water, though, because it is time, folks. Oh my god, it is time. Knight Artorias. Warrior of Gwyn. Fallen to the abyss. You know, the whole point of the Dark Souls 1 DLC is that you are the legend of Artorias. He was sent to Ulasil, the dark city of magic, to put down the creeping dark. But he failed. He was corrupted. You went back in time, and you put down the Creeping Dark by killing Manus. But you were not from that time, and your deeds were attributed to him. That said, he is still a legend, and he feels like it when you fight him. The thing that makes this fight so amazing in retrospect, and having played it again, is that it is the first time that From Software has done this, like, duel fight this well. Like, yeah, this guy is basically you. He's got a weapon, he dodge rolls, you know, he has a variety of attacks that feel like they're in line with what, like, a warrior with a greatsword could do. You two are equals. Except by equals, he's way the fuck better than you. He's so much stronger than you. You have to fight like hell to survive this guy. There's so much atmospheric intention conveyed in what he does, too. First of all, he's one-handed. His left arm is broken. You see it limply dangling with real physics by his side as he moves and jumps and flips around. He's fighting you with a greatsword, one-handed. You're fighting him not at his prime, and he still kicks ass. Mechanically, he is very interesting to fight because he's incredibly punishing, very, very strong, but he also has lots of windows to counterattack. When I was fighting him soul level 1, I don't think there was ever a 5-second window I wasn't attacking him. You can always attack him. He encourages you to be aggressive, too. The person who's playing in this video we're watching is a pussy with, like, full havels and a shield and is using a spear so they can stab with a shield, so their damage is pretty low. But, he has a buff phase where if you get close to him and damage him enough, he drops the buff phase and he doesn't get anything from it. And it's like, he really encourages you to be aggressive, you know? But whenever you want to heal, whenever you want to attack, you have to be as careful as possible because, man, this guy will fuck you up if you mistime any of your shit. His attacks are so smooth and so fluid and so interesting to engage with that, like, I just have nothing but positive to say about this guy. He is so good, and he is so strong, and I love this fight. I love this fight. It's difficult. It took me, I think about 2 hours to beat him in my soul level 1 playthrough. Because he'll just kill your ass when you have low health, you know? And it's not like you can wear very heavy armor in soul level 1. I love this fight. And that is why I am proud to bequeath to Artorias the very first masterpiece fight in the From Software games. It is a well-earned title right there. Easily well-earned. Not even a difficult. Not difficult, not hard. Fantastic. Yes, Scuff Donkey voice, true. The run to him is kind of awful. I think the run to him is manageable. It's 30 to 40 seconds. You can't mimic Donkey, he's black. I voted for Biden. Phenomenal. Just phenomenal. Just phenomenal. We've got 2 more for Dark Souls 1. Up next, we have the Black Dragon Calamite. Now, this is a fight that I struggled with for a good long while. There are a couple of things in this fight that I kind of dislike. I don't like the fact that you have to die to him once, possibly multiple times, to learn that you need the giant archer to knock him out of the sky in order to fight him properly. Also, Calamite has some scuffed hitboxes, to say the least. There are a few attacks that Calamite has that are a little bit, you know, a little scuffy. Now, once you learn the scuffed hitboxes, you can deal with them. They're just unintuitive. I wouldn't say the hitboxes are broken, more that they don't convey their range to you very well. Additionally, the attack where he'll fly up in the air and dive forward looks really janky and just doesn't feel very good to deal with. There's no momentum to it. He's a dragon. He should, you know, his glide should involve some, like, heavy wing movement, but he just kind of floats towards you. This was a miserable soul level 1 fight. I didn't like this fight. In fact, for the first maybe dozen or so attempts, I had the distinct impression that this fight was unfair. I don't normally feel that way about difficult fights. It's because those hitboxes were just not... They were just not, yeah, not well communicated, in my opinion. However, once I really hunkered down, really learned this fight, I really began to appreciate it. One thing that I like is that, he will actually attack with different feet in succession, which means that he also has his nice tinnitus attack. That's good. He'll do stomps with his feet in like a certain pattern, which means that you actually have to deftly dodge between the feet, and that's really, really cool. Yeah, the person who's playing this is playing with like the safest imaginable build. Look at that health bar. Sorry, I shouldn't make fun. These fights are difficult, however you beat them is valid. Anyway, I would say that Calamite, I think that Calamite is a... I think that Calamite is on the low end of a great fight. I would put it below Quelaag, but that's a good, like, great in a From Software game is great. You know, this is an earned category. Okay, anything in this tier is worthwhile. And then finally we have the last one, the last Dark Souls 1 boss, Father of the Abyss, Manus. Now, you guys saw me beat Manus, Soul Level 1, on stream. I did this on stream. And I earned this goddamn fight. And what I learned is that this guy's got 1 billion attacks, and every one of them is fun and fair and manageable. It is incredible. My main complaint about this fight is that there is a magic attack that he can do in Phase 2 that very poorly communicates its range and hitbox. It should have been an encroaching wall of darkness, not like a bunch of orbs that... Because you can't roll through them. You have to be near him to not get hit by them, but it looks like you can roll through them. And I think that is bullshit. Yeah, I think that's poorly communicated. But I'm proud. This was not an easy fight. He has a lot of attacks. And I beat this Soul Level 1, no shield, no parry, no magic, no summon, on stream, and it was worth it. I had to learn the range of these attacks. I had to learn the timing of like 15 different types of giant hand smash. I had to learn like the specific number of combos and everything that he does. This combo, the turnaround, I had to learn to not get caught by this because this one was an insta-kill. Then the magic attacks, I learned the direction that he would swing the staff would determine which magic attack was going to come out afterwards. I learned this fight. The environment is amazing. The boss design is amazing. It's iconic as fuck. Manus looks sick as shit. They were like, what if we gave this guy a fucking Yowie hand, and also he had antlers, but they go back to his mid-spine? Why not? And then they just did it, and it's amazing. And he's got eyeballs in his goddamn antlers. He is incredible. I love this fight. It is so good from a lore, from an everything perspective. I'm actually going to put Manus above Artorias. Just by a bit. They're like neck and neck. But I think that Manus has more punishing attacks that require you to learn them a little bit more dedicatedly, and it rewards you so much for that. And for that reason, I'm going to put him just a smidge above. But they're like right there. They're smooching, you know? They're smooching. Now, I know what you're thinking. You're thinking, okay, that Dark Souls 1 review took over an hour. Surely he wouldn't immediately go into Dark Souls 2, a game that has twice as many buttons. Nope. All right. Close Dark Souls 1. Begin Dark Souls 2. All right. Dark Souls 2 is a very different gaming experience in a lot of ways. First of all, the game gives you more options. There are far more weapons. There's more customizability with how you approach your build. There's more shit you can do, basically. And there are also some big issues. First of all, and this is the big one, and you're going to see this in the gameplay footage we look at, Dark Souls 2 feels floaty as fuck. Attacks from bosses and from you don't have the snap that they do in all the other games, which means that the hitbox and duration of active hitbox for an attack can be kind of unintuitive. The health system has changed massively. So you heal much slower, but you also get infinite healing in Dark Souls 2 via life gems, which you can buy easily just a little bit into the game. So boss fights become a little bit less fair in the sense that it feels like you're just kind of floating through the game, like taking damage a little bit, you know, but you also get infinite healing. Now, a big challenge of beating this game at Soul Level 1 is that there's a stat called adaptability. The higher your adaptability is, the higher your agility is. And agility determines the invulnerability frames of your dodge roll. Meaning that if you're at soul level 1, your adaptability is locked at 6, which means that your agility is locked at the lowest possible level, which means that all of your dodge rolls have about 1/2 the invulnerability window of a standard roll in Dark Souls 1. This was nightmarish. We're talking about dodge rolls with such tight iframes that there are attacks that you literally can't dodge, because no matter what direction you dodge in, the window of the active hitbox is longer than your iframe window, meaning that if you dodge at the beginning frame of the attack, it will still be active by the end. This was particularly a problem with large AoE attacks. I had to learn to avoid rolling and do a hell of a lot of speed walking around to just not be where the attack was going to be. It was tough. Man, it was tough. Now, you can get equipment that will raise your adaptability, and eventually, after like hard leaning into it, like all my clothing, my gear, my shield, my offhand, my rings, all of them raising adaptability to the greatest possible extent, I was able to get an iframe equivalent of Dark Souls 1. So basically, I had to use like half of my available equipment just to get my roll up to par with what it was in Dark Souls 1. That was tough. Dark Souls 2 was really, really difficult. Soul level 1. I fucking earned that win, okay? Oh, God. So that was a problem. There are also a lot more bosses in Dark Souls 2, and not all of them were great. Yes, it was Scholar of the First Sin. I never blocked, never parried, never used magic, never used summons. I did everything melee. I did use life gems. I normally try to avoid using items in these games because I just don't like using anything disposable, but the Dark Souls 2 is balanced around the availability of life gems, so I feel comfortable using those. I could have without them, but it would have made things take a hell of a lot longer. God. Another thing that really brings down Dark Souls 2 is boss runbacks. Not only do they make boss runbacks way longer and way more punishing, but enemies in general are a lot faster and track onto you a lot more aggressively, meaning you can't just run past enemies. It was so frustrating that they made it so that if you kill an enemy 12 times, they stop respawning unless you burn a bonfire ascetic in that area. Yeah, runbacks for optional bosses are nightmarish in Dark Souls 2. They're in fact so bad for both the Smelter Demon and the Blue Smelter Demon that I did the save scumming, where I would save outside the boss door, copy the save file, and read directly insert it into the game folder to reappear me right in front of the boss, right? Especially in the frozen outskirts, like having to do all that again. Because it's just a waste of time. It literally is just a waste of time. If you're doing this soul level 1 with weak-ass iframes on a dodge roll and lower damage and you die in one hit, I am not going to spend a 3-minute fucking run back every time. You just... No, I'm not going to. If I beat the boss with those conditions, then I'm satisfied enough, even if I didn't spend all that time running through the goddamn gauntlet on the way there. Yeah, not to mention you could be knocked out of your fog wall animation. Anyway, Dark Souls 2 has some good elements and a lot of negative ones that really drag it down. Some good ideas that weren't reincorporated in future games, and a lot of bad ones which deservedly were not. All right, it's finally time. Let's get started. The Last Giant. The Last Giant is the first boss that you encounter in Dark Souls 2, and it's kind of mid. Cool design. This boss is literally just like... It's just like the standard... You guys know the giant enemies in Elden Ring? You know what I mean? The big ones with like the tentacle faces, kind of, where you just stab at their legs, then they do the swipe. This boss is basically them, except half as interesting, with fewer interesting attacks and mechanics. You basically just stab his legs. Don't be in front of him or he'll swipe at you. And oh, the trolls. Sorry, yeah. Don't be at front. Oh, we've got magic on this one. That's good. This is what I mean about magic, by the way. Though magic is less powerful in Dark Souls 2 than in Dark Souls 1. Anyway, it's just not that interesting of a fight. It doesn't demand that much of you. It doesn't teach you that much. It's not... You can't even see the boss because you target the legs. He rips his own arm off, but you barely even notice unless you know what's happening. You might just think he picked up a club. Because you're not looking at his torso when that happens. Yeah, oh god, these are all out of order. The last giant is the first boss, and it does not convey information as effectively as the Asylum demon does. You know? Like, the Asylum demon does such a good job. The last giant just doesn't. And I would put the last giant at the bottom end of okay. You know? I don't think it's bad. You know, it's not harmful, I guess. The Pursuer. The Pursuer is a very, in my opinion, good fight. I think the Pursuer teaches you some really interesting stuff. I think the Pursuer would have made it much better first fight, frankly. So basically the cool thing about the Pursuer is that this fight is incredibly tough the first time you do it, and then incredibly easy the next times that you do it. You know what I mean? Like, initially, it does a lot of damage. It moves very quickly. It's very aggressive. But once you learn the tells, this boss is really easy to deal with. And I love that about these fights. That is the key to a good From Software fight. A boss that seems like insurmountable, this overwhelmingly powerful enemy that you cannot defeat. But then you play it a few times, you learn, you're like, oh, I can roll through that. Oh, okay, so that's when that happens. And then, like 3 or 4 attempts in, you're like a wizard. You're a master. You're dodging all these hits. That feeling is like the core of these games, and I love it. I love that feeling. I don't love the fact that this video we're looking at is going to have a person playing with magic the entire time, but it's fine. Yeah, his attacks have blind spots. You don't have to roll through almost any of his attacks. You can actually just run around him. When he does that big float up into the air, you can just run through him. When he does his big dash forward, you can usually run to your right. There's almost always a way to just not even roll and just keep stabbing. And I know that because at this time, my iframes for a roll lasted 1/6 of a second. So I didn't roll through anything. It was too dangerous. I would just run around attacks. And it's very rewarding to try that. I really, 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 really like the Pursuer. Let me find the Pursuer. Somewhere here, I'm sure. There it is. I think that the Pursuer, honest to God, I think they go... I'm gonna actually put them at the top of good. I think that if they had been the first boss rather than the last giant, I think that they would have done a better job conveying game lessons than Asylum Demon did. It's still good that they're there, don't get me wrong, but, you know. Up next, we have the Dragon Rider. The Dragon Rider has less going for it than some basic enemies. The main issue with this fight is that it's just not that interesting. It's got, like, a stab forward and, like, 2 types of sweeps, and it can block your attacks sometimes. And that's it. Like, mechanically, this fight demands very little of you, other than that you not be dead. And, like, look at what it's doing. Like, look at it. Like, it's like Grandpa. It's like Grandpa. Look, what is it doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? Nice attack, Grandpa. Like look at him. It's old. You didn't even need to roll that. He was miles off from hitting you, you know. Yeah. This fight right here is the definition of inoffensive. It's basically just a health bar to pick at for like a minute to 90 seconds, you know. Let me find the boss. Dragon Rider. This is like the definition of inoffensive right here. I would put them right... I'll put them right here. Above Gwendolyn, but below Seath the Scaleless. Where's the dragon, though? The dragon's outside. You can kill it, too, but it's not a proper boss. Then you have the Old Dragon Slayer. The Old Dragon Slayer is literally just Ornstein. Why not boring? Because I feel, while it's not boring, I just think it's, like, simple. It doesn't, like, actively, like, we'll get to boring, don't worry. Old Dragon Slayer is literally just Ornstein from Ornstein and Smo. They literally just made Ornstein and, like, made him less buggy. Great. Ornstein's a fun fight. And also pretty tough. Like, this is a properly reactive duel right here. This guy serves combos. This guy will do sweeping attacks, stabbing attacks, you know? He'll jump back. He's got magic. This guy's got way more going on. And of course, there is, like, you know, the coolness of it just being Ornstein, basically. No, I consider this fight to be better than Ornstein and Smo on its own, you know? Ornstein is a fun fight on its own. And it's pretty easy. Well, it's at the beginning of the game, but I think it's a hell of a lot harder than the fucking Dragon Rider, that's for sure. What's the lore? The lore is that it's Ornstein, my friend. It's a good fight. I think it's a good fight. Old Dragon Slayer. Yeah, I'm going to put, at the bottom of, no. I'm going to put him above Gravelord Nito. Yeah, I will. Yeah, I will. Yeah, I will. Yes, I will. Now we have the Flexile Sentry. The Flexile Sentry is kind of a cool enemy. You fight them as a regular enemy in the future. Basically, it's two dudes that are like Siamese twins at the butt, basically, and one side has twin maces, and the other side has twin sabers. So, depending on which torso is facing you, you have a different set of attacks to deal with. And the thing that I like about this fight, first of all, it's memorable. I like that. Second of all, I like the fact that you can choose which side to deal with. You know, if you have a build that can react more effectively to one side than the other, then you can just choose to stay with that side. Or if you feel more comfortable with one pattern than another. And I like that. I don't know. That the idea of, like, choosing, like, what set of moves from the boss you want to deal with is kind of cool to me. It's not something they've explored that much, and I can understand why. You kind of, you know, you're doubling the design space, potentially to no benefit for a player. I like this fight. I like this fight a good bit. Flexile Sentry. What does flexile mean? Does it just mean flexible? That seems kind of weird. Where is it? I'm sure I just passed over it. Flexile Sentry, the white. Okay, there it is. Flexile Sentry. I think I'm actually going to put Flexile Sentry right next to Old Dragon Slayer, just a bit above. That is what it means? Okay. Yeah. No, I think that's fair. I'll stick with that. Then we have the Ruin Sentinel. Okay, this is a really interesting fight. You start on this platform right here with one of these guys. One of these guys on their own, not much of a threat. Low health, medium damage, pretty dodgeable attacks. But there are three of them in this area. So it's kind of a DPS race. You can kill this guy quickly if you're good. And unless he does that, you know, but he'll jump back up, don't worry. But the other two are on their way. The other two armored sentinels are coming on their way. Soon the second one will jump up here, then the third. And if you're fighting more than one of these guys at once, the fight gets pretty difficult. Now, this might be a controversial opinion. I think, here's a good use for magic. I think this is an awesome fight. Because this fight teaches you coordinated, like, enemy control so effectively. Can you jump down? Yep, you can jump down, yeah. You can jump down and fight all three at once if you want to. The only thing that determines which ones you can fight is, like, the rate at which they come in. But then you're ready for the second one. If you kill the first one fast enough, the second one jumps up here. And you can kill them pretty quick. Even without magic, you can kill them pretty quick. They're fun to fight because they don't have that much health, so every attack feels sufficiently chunky. There's the third one. Oh! Nearly killed him! Knocked him right off with that sweep. Nearly killed him. They always come up on the same side of the ledge, so you know which way they're going to come. Oh, shit! I want to heal, dude. They have this big spin attack when they're down here. They have these big jumping attacks. You have to create the openings. This is what I like about these group fights that Ornstein and Smo didn't do. You create the openings here, you know? By choosing what distance you are from these guys, they'll do different types of attacks. If you're far enough away, they'll usually do a jumping attack. And if you do it in the right way, you can bait one of them out for 3, even 4 free hits before dodging and moving around. I think this is an excellent fight, and it's not that easy either, you know? Even if you come back and play it later, it's got a little chew. I'm putting this right up here. I'm putting this right up here in good. I don't think it's quite up there with the Pursuer or the Asylum Demon, but I'm gonna put it right there. This is a damn good fight. Yes, the arena is critically important in multiple boss fights. Manipulating the arena to allow you to choose how you engage with these fights. It is really, really important. Why weren't they healing? Well, for the personal challenge, I assume. Up next, we have the Belfry Gargoyles. And these guys are... I mean, it's basically just... It's just the Bell Gargoyles again, except this time there are more, but all the gargoyles have... Wait, what is with the damage this guy was just doing? Wait, what was that damage? Oh, that's right. They all share a health bar. It's basically just a big gank fight, where the gargoyles get off the roof, but there are more of them this time. There can be like 3, 4, 5, you know? See, there's like a bunch of them. The main problem that I have with this version of the fight, like, as opposed to the Bell Gargoyles, is that these guys attack quickly enough that baiting them out is just as simple as, like, running back and waiting for one to attack so you can hit them once. You know what I mean? Like, in the Bell Gargoyles, in Dark Souls 1, their attacks are very slow and deliberate, but longer range. So you can plan around them a little bit. But in these, it's just like, they have like these quick little attacks that don't do that much damage. So it really just feels like you're dealing with a group of regular enemies rather than a boss that has to be managed and worked around. You know? Yeah, the Ruined Sentinels are the better equivalent of the Gargoyle fight, and in my opinion, a better version. I think these guys are just a objectively inferior version of the Bell Gargoyles. So I'm gonna have to put them in the okay category, but like further down. Belfry Gargoyles. So I put the Bell Gargoyles here at the top of okay. I'm going to put the Belfry Gargoyles all the way down next to the last giant. Yeah, I don't feel much info is conveyed here. Just get a big weapon that swoops horizontally, whatever, you know. Yeah, just the Belfry areas are multiplayer focused. I always have to assess these from the perspective of a single player game experience, which I think is fine. I think that's legitimate. You know, I think that's an acceptable way of framing this. Okay, up next we have the Lost Sinner, which kind of sucks. This is the reincarnation of the Witch of Izalith, and it is a deeply uninteresting fight. Basically, the room is normally dark, but you can light torches on either side of the room to light it up, and having a mechanic where the boss is barely visible unless you do some trivial bullshit next to it is kind of dumb. This, I don't know, something about the mechanic and rhythm of this fight just never really engaged me, you know? There's nothing wrong with it in like there's nothing it necessarily does like bad or wrong. It just kind of jumps around and swings. But I don't have a strong memory of this fight or of any of the attacks that I'm seeing right now, because I always just felt like it would just kind of move its arm and then the sword swing would happen and like, okay, you know? Maybe uncreative. I guess the real issue is that this guy, the Lost Sinner is the holder of one of the 4 Great Souls. This is the reincarnation of the Witch of Izalith. The sin for which this prisoner is being punished is creating the bastard flame. And then it's just like a guy, his sword just swings, and there's nothing interesting. I think it's an okay fight. I wouldn't say inoffensive. Inoffensive feels a little bit unworthy. I'll put the Lost Sinner in okay, but like, no, I am gonna put it in inoffensive. Get up there. You're above Taurus Demon. Yeah, nothing about the fight feels mechanically cohesive. It just feels like you're just dealing with attacks. I don't feel like I'm dealing with the boss as an experience. I'm not being conveyed some, critical information about the boss through its behavior. The Skeleton Lords sucks. Seriously, this fight is just bad. Basically, it's just like there are 3 big skeletons that die in 2 hits, and then a bunch of smaller skeletons spawn. And okay, you guys know how we're gonna get to Cathedral of the Deep in a bit, and the clergy at the end or whatever. Like, that was a more interesting version of this fight by far. It's literally just like, it's not even a gank fight. They literally just like put some skeleton, like 100 skeletons in a room and gave it a big health bar, you know? The main issue with this fight is that there's no decision making, you know? Like, there's not an appropriate imbalance with the skeletons that are spawned, which require you to make strategic decisions about which to kill and in what rate to kill them. You basically just spawn the skeletons and run around in circles killing what you can. And it's very easy too, you know? It's very easy. Look at what we're looking at right now. Like, the main skeleton dudes die in like 3 hits from this single-hand mace from a magic build. And it's just like regular skeletons, you know? Get a big horizontal swing weapon and you can take these guys out in like fucking 3 hits. Yeah, inoffensive. I'm putting this in inoffensive. I'm sorry. I one-shotted this, I think, on my soul level 1, and I wasn't even challenged by it. You just can brainlessly move your way through it. I don't... Where? Top row left? Oh, Skeleton Lords. Okay, thank you. Yeah, inoffensive. If Dragon Rider is like the waste of time section, then I'm gonna put Skeleton Lord like below it. I don't care about this fight. I don't care about that fight. It's just not. Okay, speaking of boring, Covetous Demon. What is there to say about this waste of a health bar? He literally just sits there and he dies. He has some attacks that might theoretically hit you if you're dead. Like, and you die, and your controller sits there for several minutes unattended. Shut up, Sonya. Like, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, this is a boring fight. I'm sorry, I have nothing to say about Covetous Demon. Boring. It's just boring. Right there, next to Moonlight Butterfly. Yeah, there's nothing about this boss that's worth. It's not worth a health bar. Like, stuff like this makes the game worse because it really brings down the excitement and magic of a health bar. Dark Souls 1 had a lot of shitty bosses, but there weren't that many of them. Like, there weren't that many bosses, so every time you encountered a boss, like, it felt like a meaningful event. But this guy just dies in 10 seconds, and he's just like, whatever. And he's not even the only boss in this area, so you get another boss in, like, 2 minutes. I don't know. Specifically, Mytha the Baneful Queen. I actually found this boss pretty tough on Soul Level 1. There's something about the movement of her attacks that's kind of tough to deal with. She's basically a big Naga holding her own head. She has a lot of weird attacks, too. A lot of very long distance, like, stabs with her spear. Magic with her head. And she can throw her head as a grenade. That's not a joke. She can actually toss it forward. And it'll explode, and then she'll dive to get it. Oh, well, see? That's sexy for you guys. I actually kind of like her. She has a boss... Oh, there it is. See? And then she dives to get it, which actually gives you an opening to attack her if you're fast enough, which I kind of like. She has a boss puzzle mechanic where the whole arena is filled with poison swamp juice if you don't set fire to the windmill outside, which is really, really dumb. That's a stupid, unintuitive mechanic. But if you don't burn the windmill outside, you constantly take damage, and she constantly heals. And that makes this fight really tough. Without the poison, I think it's more of a fair fight. I still found her timings a little bit difficult to deal with, because at the time here, I still had really low iframe dodge rolls, which just made it really tough to deal with. I still kind of like the fight. I don't know. It does look a bit janky, though, don't you think? Like, her actual, like, animations feel kind of janky. Some of her attacks look smooth, like the stab forward, but like some of them look like they're, I don't know, unfinished, very floaty and weird, and like that head just kind of like hovers in the air. She also has boob physics. You can see when she moves around. They do wobble independently, and it's good to see that the From Software design team is on their A game with this. Where the priority, you know, is going, you know, with the animation budget. I like her. I like the fight. I do. Mytha the Baneful Queen. I'm going to put this up. I'm going to put this at low good, right here. I'm going to put this in low good. That's good. By the way, low good is good. Okay. Like, you're up there with Four Kings and Iron Golem. You know, this is not a low ranking by any means. Just keep that in mind. Yeah. Smelter Demon. I really like Smelter Demon. The run up to this boss is absolute cancer. Both regular and blue Smelter Demon, absolute cancer. The fight itself, I actually like a lot. It's actually a really fun and interesting fight to deal with, and I had a lot of fun doing Blue Smelter Demon Soul Level 1, where every hit would one-shot me. I actually really enjoyed that. Yeah. The only problem that I have is a problem that's really common to Dark Souls 2, which is that when he strikes the ground with his sword, as far as I'm concerned, in an overhead strike attack, once you hit the ground and stop moving, there should no longer be a damage, like zone. But with him, that's not the case. When he strikes the ground with his big overhead strike, and you, like, roll through it, even though he's not moving, you can still take the full hit of damage, and, like, get flattened by it, even though there's no movement from it anymore. I think that's dumb, and unintuitive, and bullshit, and unfun. However, I like this fight. I do. I really like it. I think that his attacks are great and fun and interesting to dodge. I think that there's a nice pressure to the fight because you're always losing health when you stand next to him. You know, I think there's some good decision making to be done here. I think this is a great fight, and I'm going to put this up there with my first great Dark Souls 2 fight, right up here. I really like the Smelter Demon. Yeah, I really do. Up next, we have the Old Iron King, who sucks. Wow, this fight sucks. Again, yet another of the 4 great soul holders, like, sucking. Everyone has made this comment already. First of all, the design for this boss is incredibly generic. It looks like a generic demon that would barely be worthy of, like, a mob enemy in this game. And this guy's supposed to be the reincarnation of fucking Gwyn, you know? And it's just like this big it's like a big demon. It's like, yeah, Balrog. And then the design of the fight is so insipid. He's the standard video game dude is off the ledge at waist height and slams the ground, and you can spend 8 seconds attacking his fists when he brings them down. Do all the great soul holders have shit fights? We'll get there when we get there. Like, look at that weak-ass flame breath, too. Look at that. Oh my god, Grandpa. Jesus, I thought you were hollowed back in Dark Souls 1. Wait for him to do the double... Yeah, there we go. Look. And then he just holds it there for like an hour for you to attack. This feels like an arcade boss. Yeah, this is the best boss of 1999. Yeah, exactly. Like, oh, wow. Whoa. It made sense that you could hit the, As Yahtzee said, it's the video game shorthand for insert boss fight here. Yeah, true. Like, shit like that made more sense for the Ceaseless Discharge, because the Ceaseless Discharge is meant to be like a thoroughly broken, like falling apart, you know, like rotten creature that's barely alive. But this thing looks fully alive. Look at this! It's like an animatronic. Okay, seriously, look at that. Look at how long it holds its goddamn body here. Thanks, dude. Are your shoulders sore? Like, this is below... Yeah. This is just below From Software. It's just lame. Yeah, you know what? I will put it in boring. Yeah, I will. This fight bores me. Yeah, I will. Thank you. I'll put it above Moonlight Butterfly and Covetous Demon. But I will put it in boring. That fight bores the hell out of me. Yeah, it does. He's got arthritis. Executioner's Chariot. I like it. I do. Basically, the premise here is that you run around a big circular track in an indoor chariot arena, fighting skeletons and necromancers in the inside. Every once in a while, our Executioner's Chariot rolls through and fucking decks you if you're not, you know, appropriately situated. And then at the end, you bring the gate down, and the Executioner's Chariot will crash. Let's see if I can get to that point here. Killing the last Necromancer. Okay, there the chariot makes its run by. Now we run to the switch. We run to the switch. We run to the switch knowing we can pick up the fading souls after we've beaten the boss. Thank you. That's cool. I think that's cool. And then you fight the horse, actually. The two-headed shadow horse. I don't know. I think that's pretty cool. Yeah. Now, the horse itself is a really easy and underwhelming fight, but you also have to go through, like, 2 minutes of lead-up to get to the fight. Like, in terms of running around the circle and tripping the switch and everything. I don't know. I like it. I'm gonna put it in good. No, good... No, I have to put it at the high end of okay, I think. That's good, by the way. Okay is good. Remember what's here, you know? I like Belgar Rolls. I like Demon Fire Sage, you know. I'm going to put it in the high end of okay. Yeah, the good idea and execution saves what is otherwise a mechanically uninteresting boss fight. I'm going to put the here, I think. Difference between okay and inoffensive. Inoffensive is like, I don't find it that engaging, but I don't like mind fighting it. Like, it's still fun to fight because the mechanics of these games are fun to fight. Whereas okay is like, this is okay by From Software standards. You know what I mean? Like, well beyond the standard of most game creation. So when I think okay, I think like, oh, okay, they did a good job, but I'm still like really in the zone while playing it. Whereas good, great, and masterpiece are like, these are like just higher tiers of that, you know. We're grading on a curve here. The only 2 tiers that I don't enjoy are boring and frustrating and Bed of Chaos. That like this right here is the area where I actively like dread a boss coming up or dislike. Surprised you put Ornstein and Smo in middle of okay. Ornstein and Smo are middle of okay in standard playthroughs. If we're talking soul level 1, where you basically can't get hit, I think this goes in frustrating. I think Ornstein and Smo is a poorly designed fight unless you're willing to hit trade or if you have magic or other ranged abilities. Or a summon. If you have a summon, then instantly the fight becomes interesting and fair because you aren't dealing with weird overlapping, you know, attacks and timings and stuff. Anyway, Scorpioness Najka. Here we get our second titty boss. Let's go. Not Quelaag this time, but a scorpion. And she starts out buried in the sand. Step undead. I'm stuck. Can you help me? Wah. And there we go. So I'm not going to do this with most of these fights, but I really think that this fight is brought down by being a worse version of the thing it's trying to emulate. This does not step to Quelaag. It doesn't have the intro ambiance. It doesn't have the, like, awesome lead-in. And I really think that Quelaag, like, maybe this sounds weird and Kumari, but the fact that Quelaag's opening cutscene, had her smile sadistically while playing with her hair, did so much to convey... Because we're talking, Quelaag is a daughter of the Witch of Izalith, right? Like, we're conveying a lot of personality with no words there. And here it's like, oh, we can do a topless lady with a, like, monster bottom too. But, like, also, does Scorpioness Najka look anywhere near as interesting as Quelaag? I think the answer is pretty clearly no. Even though this game came out later, the Scorpion's design looks just like a big generic bug that's had its front cut off and put a lady on there. But Quelaag had like a unique spider, like, base. It was, you know, very memorable. So, my opinion of this fight is soured heavily by that. It's also a clunky fight mechanically, where she will attack very dedicatedly from the front. So if you're to her sides, she'll, like, try to turn at you really quickly. There is this mechanic here where she'll go underground and will only pop up if you stand on, like, something that isn't sand. Oh, I think she pops up anyway, but she'll hit you. Okay, you can dodge out of it. Yeah, okay. There's actually a speedrunning tactic where you can bait a tail slam from her and then run up her tail and onto her back and hit her body while standing on top of the body of the boss. I don't think I've ever seen that done in a boss fight, which is pretty weird and interesting. Yeah. Anyway, I dislike this fight, mostly because I feel like it's a poor imitation of things that have come before. And a big part of it, too. Quelaag is a very big part of Dark Souls 1 in terms of the quality of the experience. So to, like, redo it but worse just feels... So I'm gonna put this at inoffensive. Like, I am a little offended, but the fight's not, like, unfun, you know? I'm gonna put this at inoffensive. I think that if it weren't for the... You know, the poor imitation, I think it could have been okay. Yeah, mildly offensive. Oh, sorry. Little offended. Oh boy. Royal Rat Authority. Right. So basically, this boss... Okay, so Dark Souls 2 has this stupid obsession with having a boss that's uninteresting mechanically, and then going, we'll make it harder by ganking the main guy, by ganking the player with, like, a bunch of, like, little hits they have to avoid. And, like, it won't make it any more interesting, but it will make it more frustrating. We're trying to outrange the... Yeah, see, this person has magic to kill them beforehand. Trust me, if you're dealing with this in melee, it's incredibly frustrating. This big rat dog thing is pretty fast and strong, so it'll chase you down while you're trying to kill the little rats. And God help you if you can't kill them in one hit. And then, but once it's just the big dog itself, it's, like, pretty boring. Like, it's actually really boring. Actually, no, literally fuck this boss. No, seriously, yeah. If it had just been the big dog rat, I think it would have been okay to good. But just like, we'll make it harder to make it match the difficulty of the area. We'll add 4 little rats that if you don't have ranged abilities, will just kill you 90% of the time when you start, or they'll give you the fucking poison debuff. Yeah, no, sorry, no. I'm putting this in frustrating. Yeah, I am. Higher than the other people here. But yeah, I do not like. I hate that lazy approach to boss design. I thought you liked DS2. We'll get to it. DS2 has very good DLC. Prowling Magus. Wow. Well, speaking of terrible bosses, this is literally just a room with regular enemies with a health bar attached. I don't know why they do stuff like this in Dark Souls 2. Like, there's nothing. They're just woo. Just some dudes. All the guys here have like 1 or 2 attacks each. It's just some dudes. What the fuck is this? Prowling Magus? What's the lore? Does anyone know the lore in these guys? Some of you probably do. I sure know. Ooh, look at that! Look at the health bar just melt. You just. I feel like the only way this boss fight could be challenging is if you had like a rapier that can only do stab attacks that can only hit one guy at a time. I don't know. A dude in the gang. Yeah, yeah, there's not much to say here. This is boring. I'll put it above Old Iron King at least, because Old Iron King did have more like design effort invested in it and was still really boring. But yeah. Then we have, look at how many bosses there are. Then we have the Duke's Deer Freya. So this is an interesting boss. This is another holder of one of the 4 souls. So basically the gist is you've got a big 2-headed spider with heads on opposite sides. Now this boss does also spawn minions, but the thing that makes it acceptable in this case is that the boss's mechanics are meant to accommodate the ability to kill little minions. So it'll spawn little spiders, but all of the Duke Deer Freya's attacks are really slow and methodical, you know? So when one side's doing an attack, you can run to the other one. The stabs from the big, like feet, the big legs, can be pretty tough to predict at first. But once you know what you're looking for, it's pretty manageable. The big beam attack is super, super devastating. But once you know what you're doing, you can just avoid it. The little spiders can be pretty tough to deal with. And also, they have a slowing ability if they hit you with it, which can fuck you up for the beam attack. But it's manageable. I'm okay with gank fights as long as gank fights leave open windows of opportunity for you to deal with. If you have the ability to attack and manage their shit rather than just like running and waiting, I'm in favor of it. And I like this fight. I think it's a good fight. I think the run back to it is a bit fucking annoying, but I like the fight. The Duke's Deer Freya, I'm actually going to put at good. I'm going to put the Duke's Deer Freya. Where do I want to put the Duke's Deer Freya? I think below Ruined Sentinels, but above Sanctuary Guardian. I think that's fair. In my opinion. Personally. My humble opinion. Then we have the Royal Rat Vanguard. Guys, it is literally just a room that fills up with rats, and one of the rats will have a mohawk, and that mohawk rat is the one that has the actual health bar. All the other rats are just wastes of time. This is, again, just a room full of enemies. I understand it can be very satisfying to kill large groups of them with big great weapon overhand swings, but like, holy Christ, this is such a waste of a boss health bar. Where does it pop out? There it is. See, can you spot the mohawk rat? Oh, there it is. Ah, wow, what's that one? Oh, wow. Now we find it and we instantly end the fight because it's just a fucking total waste of time. Woo. Boring. Oh, that's a boring one right there. Oh boy, we are slamming that one down to boring. Where is it? Where's the where is it? Oh, here it is. Right at the end. Right up there in boring. I'm even putting it above. No, wait. I'm going to put it right here. I actually dislike that more than the Moonlight Butterfly. God. The Rotten. Okay, so this is the last of the 4 Great Soul reincarnations. And the design is you have like hundreds and hundreds of enchained molten dudes like bound together into one big blub guy. So this is a weird boss. The attacks from this guy do insane damage. And the tracking on his overhand attack is really, really, really powerful. Like, you have to time your roll really, really effectively. On the other hand, it's pretty satisfying to dodge these attacks. I think the main thing that this boss has that a lot of other bosses don't have is a proper snap. His attacks feel like that. Like that, to me, it's satisfying to dodge attacks like these, you know? Because there's like a solid weight to them. I don't feel like I'm just floating and they're floating and the floats float through each other. The boss is visually interesting. You know, it is also not hard, like, at all. You know, you can just kind of keep moving to the side. Just make sure to not be in a place where his big AoE can knock you into the fire and you'll be fine. Are we going to do the big AoE attack here? See, like, not that much here. We gonna do that AoE attack? Are we just gonna... Okay, did you see that right there? That's exactly what I mean about the bullshit getting damaged after the roll is finished with overhand strikes. I don't know why that happens so much in this game. Look at that. That's so dumb. Look. So it dodged. and then hit right here after it's already down. Like, look, they're not even in the... No, that was deserved. It can get worse than that, but It's not even going to do the AoE attack here. He's just going to die. Just going to die like a bitch. Well, whatever. Anyway, Rotten's like, okay. You know, it's okay. I'll put it above Ornstein and Smo, but below Sif. It's a good learning boss? Yeah, but it's a good learning boss 2/3 of the way into the game. Not a fan. Not a fan. Okay, the Dragon Riders. So, this is kind of a weird one. Remember the boss earlier, the Dragon Rider, the old man? So now you fight 2 of them? So now there are 2 of them. So there is some interesting decision-making to be made here. One of the Dragon Riders will start up on a ledge with a bow, and they'll fire great arrows at you periodically while you duel the first Dragon Rider. Now, personally, I find this version of the fight a lot more fun. When you're fighting the first Dragon Rider on their own in the early game, it's super, super, super boring. But when you're fighting this one with higher health and damage, and there's somebody shooting arrows at you, it's more engaging, to say the very least. Now, here what this person has done is the speed strat, where they get the second one knocked down quickly, and then just DPS rush it down, because the second Dragon Rider has lower health. I think that this boss fight is a lot better than the first Dragon Rider, but it's not great. Where did I put the first Dragon Rider? Right here? At inoffensive? I'll put this one right here in the okay. It's better than them, that's for sure. Looking Glass Knight. Okay, visually, this boss is a treat. You're fighting in a rainstorm. You've got this big dude in an awesome, sick, fucking stainless steel armor plate. Now, an interesting thing about the Looking Glass Knight is that the shield isn't just a thing that he can use to block. The shield is an actual complete damage negation. You can't hit him from the shield side. This would do no damage. Now, a cool thing also about that shield is that if you have PvP enabled, like online enabled, he can actually summon other players through it, like other human being players through that shield. He'll slam it down on the ground and summon somebody. If no players are available or you're playing offline, he can summon an NPC, which he will do, one of the two. Halfway through the fight, he becomes empowered with lightning magic. This is a pretty cool fight. Oh, there we go. It's a pretty cool fight. Aesthetically, it's interesting. The idea of a boss with a shield that summons new enemies, that's cool. Like, that's really cool. His attacks are reasonably high damage and, you know, fairly effective. So I believe this is an NPC. This is an NPC that's coming through, not a player. Look at that. Pops right through the glass. It's really cool. It's just really cool. And while you're fighting the NPC, the Looking Glass Knight is slow enough that it's reasonable to be able to focus on one fight or another. But his lightning-empowered attacks will still do ranged, which means that you can never be totally certain that you're safe away from him. See that? It's a good fight. It's well-balanced. It's interesting. It's engaging. It's unique. I really like it. I think this... I'll say it. You know, I think this is a great fight. I'm going to put it at the low end of great. I still think Smelter Demon, Calamite, and Quelaag are better, but I think it's a worthy addition to this noble category, in my opinion. The Demon of Song is a weird one. You have to get through one of the most brutal areas in the game to get here. It's the run back isn't that long, but like the path to get to there takes forever. And this boss is really weird. It's a frog with a giant skull and arms in itself that is invulnerable when it's shut like this. And then it'll pop out, and its attacks do a ton of damage, but you also just have to, like, not be in front of it, and then you just hit it for a bit, and then it closes up. It's kind of weird. The thing that sucks about this fight is that it's so interesting conceptually, and then it's so boring mechanically. Like, you have what feels like the potential for some really crazy shit to go down in this fight, because, like, What if we had a singing skull and arms stuffed inside of a frog skin? Oh shit, like you could do anything with that. But then like the actual execution is just, yeah, uninteresting. That being said, I don't think it's that bad. I don't dislike fighting it, so I'll put it in the okay category. I would put it above Rotten even. No, okay, I'll put it next to Rotten, but below. Yeah. Let's be reasonable here. Okay, now we have... Okay, so the problem with Vaush is that in a DLC for this game, we're going to encounter him again, and it's going to be better, you know? Basically, Vaush is just a big dude in armor, who can cast some magic. I don't really think there's much special about this fight on its own. From a lore perspective, Vaush is really, really cool. But from a gameplay perspective, it's a fairly standard fight. He's got a slow overhand weapon that does a ton of damage if he hits you with it, you know. So don't get hit by it. That being said, it's a competently executed duel. You know, one of the things that I like is that in defiance of Dark Souls 2 tradition, he actually has fairly readable attack patterns just based off his movements. The best bosses in the Dark Souls games are bosses where, not to say you will, but you theoretically could anticipate every move they're about to do just based on the movements they do beforehand. If you look at this guy's shoulders and elbows, that's how you can tell. This guy's shoulders and elbows, his movements make a lot of sense. You know what he's about to do. Side-to-side strike, overhand strike, you know, it makes sense. And I like that. I don't like it when bosses just kind of have, like, they just kind of move a bit, and then they do an attack, and you're like, oh, I guess that means that's gonna happen, you know? Smelter Demon is better than this IMO. I think... I would put him right there with Smelter Demon. I would put Vaush right there. I'm going to put him above Smelter Demon in Great because there's a better version of Smelter Demon coming. You know? Guardian Dragon. Whoa. Alright, this fight kind of sucks. Basically, it's a small dragon with low health and weak attacks that's in a big cage, and sometimes it'll, like, jump up on the side of the cage. There's nothing interesting that distinguishes this fight. In fact, you will fight this dragon multiple times more in the future. I think the concept of the arena is cool. The idea of fighting a dragon that's trapped in a cage with you, so it's, like, clambering off the walls is really cool. But it doesn't do much with it, you know? It's just a regular dragon fight where the movement is, like, really restricted. And, like, look at it, you know, like, wow, great, you know, cool. Yeah, it's pretty boring. You're gonna fight this guy as a regular enemy, basically, in the near future when you're in the aviary. Or the, no. Oh, God. Fucking nose hair, Jesus. This is a boss you kill before seeing it do anything cool. Yeah, this is definitely, like, a solid inoffensive right there. Where is it? Guardian Dragon. How bad? How bad? Fuck, I'm gonna put it below Seath. Yeah. We have Bigger Dragon. Yeah, woo. The Ancient Dragon. So this thing is an optional boss fight, but most players fight it because it gives you the 5th Giant Soul, which makes the future fight with Vendrick more bearable. This is a terrible fight. Basically, this thing has stupidly high health and stupidly high damage. And there is one safe way of killing it, and you just run up into its back toe and stab it a bunch until it's about to do a stomp, and then you run to the other back toe and stab it, and that's it. You go back and forth. And if you ever mess up, you take a ton of damage. There's nothing interesting about fighting this fight. It is incredibly boring. It is... Here. You just stay up at its toes. And then you... Oh, this person's not doing the approved strategy. Whatever, it doesn't matter. There's nothing fun about this fight. Nothing at all. Yeah, the hitboxes are terrible, too. It can one-hit you when its feet are nowhere near you. it's not even unfun. It's like broken. It's like unfinished, you know? This one is going to the actual top of boring. Because it's not hard. You know, difficulty is not the description. There we go. That I would pull out for it. DS2 repping the boring category a lot. That's what happens when you overinflate your game with fucking boss health bars. Giant Lord. The Giant Lord here is the king of the giants or something. I don't know. Who knows? And he's over here, and it's basically just the first fight in the game, except he's got a few more attacks, and it's a little bit harder. But it basically functions the same way. Wouldn't the more boring boss be to the right? Oh shit, you're totally right. My bad. You're totally right. I forget that. Yeah. This would be the worst of the... Yeah. Okay, yeah. So do I have everything arranged properly then? Okay. I think I got mixed up here because I was thinking like the more here, the more boring. But no, the more here, the less boring. The more here, the more boring. Yeah, okay. All right. Yeah, the giant lord is like the same dude. He's like a little bit harder. He's basically just a remodel with like 2 or 3 extra attacks added and a big sword instead of an arm club. It's not like, think of the concept here. You're entering the memories of fallen giants using an item given to you by like an ancient dragon to remember the great battle of the giants between Vendrick. And then like you get there and it's this guy. There are like regular giant mob enemies that are more interesting to fight than this guy. Inoffensive, but at the bottom, in my opinion. Giant Lord, but like I'm putting him just above Pinwheel. Yeah. You didn't do that for any of the rankings? No, it's fine. I was just fucking up with the boring one. It's fine. King Vendrick. Okay, King Vendrick isn't even a real fight. King Vendrick is like a lore fight, basically. You don't even have to kill him, basically. But he becomes angry towards you and you can fight him. He does super high damage, but he only has like 3 attacks. He's got a ton of health. You get giant souls to make him have less defense, so you can kill him more easily. It's just... I don't know. I'm going to give them a little bit of a pass here, because in this case, the fact that Vendrick hollowing has made him less of a warrior is made explicitly clear in the context of the game's mechanics. So when you fight Gwyn at the end of Dark Souls 1, he's obviously hollowed, but he's pretty fast and strong and competent in fighting. He's got his combos. Whereas when you first encounter Vendrick, he's not even hostile. He just wanders around with his sword dragging behind him, too hollow to remember anything other than to grip his weapon. And then when you do fight him, sure, he's kind of slow and uninteresting to fight, but it is conveyed mechanically in a way that I do think makes it a little bit more permissible. So I would normally put him in the boring category, but I'm going to put him in okay because I feel like there's a dramatic validity to his, you know, ineffectuousness. I'll put him... Put him here, below the Taurus Demon, I think. Boy, there are a lot of bosses out there, huh? Ooh, boy. And we got the Dark Lurker. The Dark Lurker slaps. This is like the secret optional boss of the base game of Dark Souls 2. You have to do a whole bunch of Covenant stuff to get here. It's actually a giant pain in the ass to get here. But the Dark Lurker is a really interesting fight. Basically, he does not make a strong effort to fight you, like, up close in melee. His melee attacks are pathetically easy to dodge. Like, look at that, you know? Instead, he has very powerful, high-damage, ranged attacks with interesting movement patterns that you have to dodge and manage while staying in melee. But, of course, you don't just have to deal with one of him. You have to deal with 2 of him. And that's the thing that makes this boss interesting. The person who's playing here has high enough damage that they're probably going to gank it down really quickly. But the thing that makes this boss really, really cool is that these are authentically two Dark Lurkers, you know? It's not like one of them has lower health or damage. They're both the boss. And the boss's abilities are timed perfectly so that it's always fun and fair to deal with. This is what I meant with Ornstein and Smo. With this fight, you're always capable of weaving your way between these attacks, you know? There's always a way to do it, and I love that. Everything is timed so well. I really like boss fights like that. Oh, this guy nearly died right there. So yeah, I really enjoy this fight, even though it is a pain in the ass to get to. When I beat Dark Lurker, it took like 4 times as long as this guy, because again, so level 1, this guy is very leveled. But I really like Dark Lurker. I would put Dark Lurker at great. I would put it at the lower end, though, down here. I still think Quelaag is the top dog here. Do you think slow or fast health pots are better in a Souls game? I think I prefer fast health pots, personally. I do. Yeah. Yeah. Alright, hold ye horses. Throne Watcher and Throne Defender. So this is the actual Dark Souls 2 version of Ornstein and Smo. You've got 2 dudes. Well, one of them's a girl, I think. I don't know. Both of them are strong and reasonably fast. Neither of them have super high health, but the big one has double the health of the small one. And here's their thing. Both of them have, if they take enough damage, they'll buff their weapons and continue the fight, dealing additional damage. They're quite fast, and they have pretty, like, powerful combos. When their weapons are buffed, they do a lot more damage, but their buffs can be weighted out. That's an interesting thing about this fight. Their buffs are temporary. Usually when bosses buff at the midpoint, it's a permanent buff, but here it's not. So, the other mechanic is that when one of these bosses die, they don't die properly. Instead, they go inert. And the second boss has to be killed within, I think, 20 seconds or so of the first one, in order for both of them to die. So essentially, both of them have to be dead in order for see, right now the Throne Watcher is down, but now the Throne Defender has to be taken down, or the Throne Watcher will return to full health. Understood? Everyone makes sense? Get it? Here's the thing. This is better than Ornstein and Smo. Easily. Trust me, I've done enough of both fights. This fight may not be as momentous in its point in the game. It may not be as cool, but in terms of its mechanical complexity, it is a hell of a lot more fair. You have the ability to create your own openings with these guys. By ducking and weaving between them, you can reliably dodge while baiting them to do attacks that, depending on the attacks, can determine which attack pattern you can follow up through. I think that they are interesting, and I think they're fun to play against. I do. I think they're tough, but fair. I think that Ornstein and Smo is tough, but not fair. I like it. Yeah, no, I do. I would say that the Throne Watcher and the Throne Defender, I think they belong, you know, at the low end of good. I'll put them below 4 Kings. I think that's fair. I think they're a good fight. Yeah. In my opinion. Yes. Now we have the Skelemami. So Nishandra is a joke of a fight. Lore-wise, Nishandra is important, but mechanically, Nishandra is like actually like an unfinished fight, basically. Basically, she's incredibly slow, and all her attacks are incredibly dodgeable, and she will occasionally summon these like curse orbs around the arena that you can just attack once and destroy them, and that's it. It feels like an unfinished mechanic. There's nothing new about it. She'll shoot out a laser that you can just avoid by not being in front of her. Okay? You know? I like her design a lot. I like how it's clear. I can't have Pigeon. I have to stay in the zone.
I thought you wanted.
Oh, hello, Pigeon. Ooh, so scrunkly. I love her fat belly. Ooh. See, look, she summons these curse orbs there, which will curse you, which, like, drains your health, but you can just, like, hit them. Or just take the curse. It doesn't kill you, it just lowers your max health. Whatever. Yeah, like, this is the final boss. Guys, for the original Dark Souls 2, before Scholar of the First Sin, this was the final boss. Like, look at the gameplay, the riveting gameplay we're experiencing right now. At any point, they could just... Oh, they do damage too. You can just run and hit those... Oh, there's the laser. Yeah. Look how slow that laser is. You can run and hit those curse orbs. One hit will destroy them, and they'll stop doing the damage. But, like, look, what is... She just lazily swings. This person is doing the harder version of the fight by not, like, destroying the one that's right there, and then just baiting her into that area, and just, like, easily killing her. I think I killed her first attempt with Soul Level 1. It's really easy. Oh, and then she... Is this the big charge up? Nope, she's just resummoning curse orbs. You could have attacked her 8 times during that, you know? It's like, this was the final boss, you know? Yeah, Zombie Mantis. Dark Souls 2 does have that issue. Anyway, so... I don't know if it's fair to put her in the boring or frustrating category, but I'm definitely going to put her at the absolute back end of inoffensive. You know? Like, yeah, right down here. Literally below Ceaseless Discharge. Ceaseless Discharge was like an intro to an area and had like an interesting little mechanic. You know, Nishandra was literally the final fight of the game, of the base game. Which is just... Okay. Anyway, so when the Scholar of the First Sin edition came out, that is to say the packaged version of Dark Souls 2 that included the 3 DLC and a bunch of changes made to the original game, another final boss was made, Aldea, Scholar of the First Sin. Hence, Scholar of the First Sin edition. You fight against the Scholar of the First Sin, a new final boss. He encounters you a couple of times beforehand. The basic gist is that he was a scholar, crazy, I know, who wanted to study the first sin, which was, of course, Gwyn linking the flame. He looks like a big tree with a face on it. He's also a pretty boring fight. The thing that I don't get is that the DLC in general had really high-quality bosses, so I'm not entirely sure why this guy sucked so much. Basically, he takes like 1/4 damage whenever he's on fire, and he leaves a damage zone around him that you can step into really easily if you're not careful. But he just does like large AoE attacks, and you just wait for him to not be doing that anymore, and then you hit him. I like visually, yeah, visually I like the design, but in terms... Like, you just wait here. You can't get up and damage him with that flame around him. He takes, like, no damage. And, you know, it's like, oh, now he teleports, and, ooh, now he's there. And he looks really cool. I like his glowing eye, but, like, hit him while you can. This is the worst kind of From Software fight. The From Software fights where, like, you and the boss take turns. Like, oh, I'm vulnerable. Here's your chance to damage me. And then you do your damage, and they're like, oh, better get away quickly, or I'll do my big AoE attack that punishes you for staying here too long. And then you run away, and then they spend some time attacking you, and then they're vulnerable again, and just it keeps happening and happening. See? Honest to God, I'm putting this guy in boring tier. The shame is that I actually really like one element of him in particular, and that's his voice. He has a really cool, hold on. Let me turn up the volume. No one has come this far. Not for a very long while.
Young Harlow, do you wish to shed this curse? Then accept the fate of your ilk and face the trials that await you. Unless you have already joined the Crestfallen.
He shows up to talk with you like a couple of times throughout the game, and then you finally meet him in the boss battle, and it's just like nothing. It's like so underwhelming, you know? I think I think that he's better than Old Iron King. I'm gonna put him here. Together. Yeah. A lie will remain a lie. Yeah. Yeah, where's that line? Hold on. A lie will remain a lie. Aldia. Where's that line? That line sounds sick as hell.
Men are props in a state of life, and no matter how tender, how exquisite, the lie will remain a lie.
Generally, Dark Souls bosses do not get that much voice acting work, so it seems significant that he has that, you know? But then the boss fight sucks. Now we get to the real shit. To the real goddamn shit. Okay? We get to the Dark Souls 2 DLC bosses. This is when they really kick the game up into high gear. Who boy did they? Who diggity dog did they? Let's get to it, huh? Okay. First, the sunken king. All right. First up, we've got the goddamn squalid queen. Okay. So maybe people might disagree with me on this one. That's because they're dumb. This bitch rocks. Okay. She is so good. So basically, she's like Nisandra in the sense that she has minimal melee attacks and tends to cast like big AoE, like range spells, but she summons enemies. And here's the thing. She can summon Velstadt, the boss Velstadt. And while this person may have the damage to just knock her down to half health before the skeletons are even out, attacking her while trying to avoid the attacks of a full-on other fucking boss in the arena feels amazing. Even doing it with the skeletons feels good. She can teleport around. She has this weird flame orb she'll summon, which will track you and explode with very high damage. She's really, really, really fun. And again, I feel like it's being undersold a little here because of the very high damage of the fight. This is why I like fighting these Soul Level 1. Because my fight with her lasted like 6 minutes. That flame orb right there. Huge AoE, huge damage, and it tracks you. Oh, is she gonna summon Vel? No, she's summoning the orbs. No, Velstadt or Reno, Cappuccino. Well, it's the skeletons or Velstadt, and sometimes 3 piggies. I love Ilana. I think that she is a fantastic fight. And I'm actually going to put her at the top end of great. Right up here. I do think she beats out Quelaag. I think that she is a incredibly high quality fight. No way she's better than Quelaag. No, I really do believe it. I really do. What she summons is random, right? Well, it is random what she summons. It's only 3 possibilities, more likely 2 of the 3, and I think that both of them are manageable and interesting. Yeah, I really like Ilana. I think that she's a very, very high quality fight. Then we have the Gank Squad. Woo! We have the D&D party. POV, you are a boss, a D&D party encounters while exploring a dungeon. Basically, so this fight demands of you an entirely different set of abilities than every other fight in all of these games. This isn't a boss fight. This is 3 powerful NPC summons that all have very distinct playstyles that you have to kite around. Fighting these directly, like this person is trying to, is suicide. They will fucking kill you. Jesus. You will get mobbed and ganked, but all of them have different attack patterns and aggro radiuses and move patterns and everything. So once you know the fight and the arena, it actually is pretty trivial to lead them around in circles and bait them out and attack them and do damage when you're fighting only one of them. See, now we're on a narrow walkway, and now there's only one person in range. See? Look, just like that. Then you dodge away before the Havel guy hits you, right? Yeah. It's a pretty manageable fight. So, this fight is kind of like bullshit ganking, but at the same time, I don't know. I kind of like it. I feel like it demands of you something very specific, but the thing that it demands of you is consistent and reliable and reasonable once you know what it's demanding of you. And I like that. I'll put it at the top end of okay. You know, it can still be a bit frustrating. A little bit, in my opinion. And then we have Sin, the Slumbering Dragon. So this is a fight other people tend to like a lot more than me. Basically, the lore of this fight is cool. Basically, this dragon is like the embodiment of poison and rot and stuff. And when the people of this city tried to kill the dragon, they stabbed it, and you can see that big spear still embedded in its back, and it let out all the poison, and it killed the whole city, you know? This is actually a pretty cool dragon fight. He feels pretty good to fight against, in my opinion. The main thing that bothers me about this fight is a mechanic which is lore appropriate, but really stupid, like, from a mechanical perspective. And it's that Sin degrades your weapon quality when you hit him. As in, you only need to attack him with a weapon 10 to 15 times before it's nearly broken. So, if you want to fight this guy, you either bring repair powder or you bring multiple weapons. And, I don't know, like, I get it. I know you provide the ability to deal with that in the game. I know that the items exist. I know it's not unreasonable to go like, yeah, bring some repair powder. But, I don't know. It's a bit fucking frustrating to deal with that. Overall, though, it's a good, it's a good dragon fight. I don't like that attack, though. Does anyone else feel like that attack right there is always the worst attack in every dragon's moveset in this game? The one where they just hover in air, and then they just kind of, like, float down. It never feels that fun to dodge. I'm always clenching a little bit. Like, I feel like they're gonna randomly hit me, and sometimes they do. It also just doesn't look that right. It doesn't look like they're moving with the weight that you would expect of something of that size. Just a personal preference. I like Sin, but I don't like Sin anywhere near as much as I like Alana. I'm actually going to put Sin the Slumbering Dragon at the highest good tier, above Pursuer. You know, we have to be selective. Don't dragon fights feel pretty samey? Oh, we'll get to Elden Ring, don't you worry. Don't you worry. You know, looking at this again, I don't feel that Velstadt deserves to be in the middle of great. I think it's more appropriate for Velstadt to be down here. No, actually, Velstadt shouldn't be here. Velstadt isn't as special. Ilana contains Velstadt. I'm going to put Velstadt down here in good. I think that's better. Yeah, I'll stick to that. Alright, lads. After the second worst run back in the goddamn series, it's the Smelter Demon round 2. He's bigger, he's badder, his damage does... It will nearly kill you in one hit, usually, or sometimes will just kill you in one hit. It's the goddamn Blue Smelter Demon. He's bluer, yeah. I love this fight. I love this fight a lot. I think it's very difficult, and I think it's very fair. I think that it also really rewards not holding the lock-on, and quick decision-making. It's just a good fight. It's basically the same as the previous Smelter Demon fight, but I think it does it better. So I'm just going to put it up here. Where is the original Smelter Demon fight? I have that in Great. I'm going to put Blue Smelter Demon right next to it. Just one above. That seems fair. It's only fair. Up next we have the goddamn Fume Knight. Now, I do feel like people overstate how good Fume Knight is. Mechanically, this fight is leagues above almost anything else you're going to find in Dark Souls 2. You know, Fume Knight is fantastic. However, I do not believe Fume Knight is a masterpiece. I'm sorry, I don't. Now, don't get me wrong, I think Fume Knight is great. However, Fume Knight does not benefit from the colossal thematic build-up that Artorias and Manus benefit from. So in a lore perspective, in terms of the gravitas of arriving here, you know, less so. And honest to God, after playing against Fume Knight for a good long while, I genuinely do not think that his moveset is that interesting. I think it's unique in that it's a little bit more deliberate and slower than greatsword movesets tend to be from knight enemies. But once I had figured out the moveset, I didn't find it as rewarding to engage with as I did with, say, Artorias. Even after I understood the Artorias fight, I was very engaged playing through it. But with the Fume Knight, I didn't really feel that way. It's more like once I learned it, and how punishing it is, of course, and it's very punishing, that moveset. Once I had figured it out, it was just like, oh, okay, now I can dodge it now. Here, we'll skip to phase 2, when he has the big glowing sword. This attack gets a lot of people. Wait. How did that roll? Wait, what? How lucky was that? Okay. He tracked the sword the entire time through. Okay. He should have taken damage there. Sheesh. Well. Once I got used to this guy's attacks, this was a fight that became less interesting to me the better I got at it. I did not feel that way about Manus or Artorias. And for that reason, I just think that his attacks are more punishing than they are interesting. So for that reason, I'm going to have to put him in the great category. And I'm actually going to put him underneath Quelaag. Not a masterpiece. And I think that's fair. I still think Alana is a better boss, personally. Fume Knight may well be the hardest boss in all Dark Souls 2. Maybe. What makes an attack interesting? I think it's difficult to really, nail down. In my opinion, an attack that's interesting, even after you've learned it properly, is something that demands a lot of, intense skill and correction from you, something that requires you to continue to pay attention, to really think about what comes next, how to maximize your response to an engagement with the attack, to get in the damage, to get in the heal. But some attacks are highly punishing without being very interesting, Then we have Sir Alon, the Weeb Lord. We face a goddamn samurai. Yeah, Sir Forever Alon. With his goddamn boss run-up. Jesus Christ. Oh my god. The same DLC had the Sir Alon boss run-up and the Blue Smelter Demon run-up. Jesus fuck. So, this fight is pretty fun and interesting. I like this fight a lot. I don't know why he's got such a bitch-ass range move, probably to punish heals. It's really hard to get hit by that. You kind of have to try to get hit by that. But this, if you defeat him without getting hit, he kills himself. He does seppuku, which is pretty cool. I didn't beat him no hit, so I didn't get to see it myself. I've never seen it myself, but definitely an interesting thing to add in there. I really like this guy's boss design. He has a great snap to all of his attacks. He's very, very fast, and even after you learn what he's up to, you still have to pay attention. You still have to stay on your game. Also, learning the best time to maximize your follow-up attacks before he jumps away, which he always does, is interesting. An interesting hint to beating this guy is that when he's going to do a charge from a distance like this, the distance that he charges is determined at the time that he begins the attack. Meaning that if you run further back, he won't continue his attack that far. That's the best time to heal during his fights. Altogether, Sir Alon is definitely a great fight. I think you'd have to be a fool to not consider him a great fight. In fact, I think he's better than Fume Knight and Quelaag. I'm going to put him underneath Alana, because I still think that Alana's top dog. Over there. For sure. Yeah. I do think that. Now we have the final DLC. So, Ava the King's Pet is, depending on how you want to frame it, is either the... Oh, hey, Keffels. Wait, Keffels, how long have you been watching? Ava the King's Pet is either an incomplete version of the Twin Pets, or the Twin Pets are a dumb, gay version of Ava. Oh, gotcha, Keffels. Well, happy to, I love my nerd shit. So, Ava's main thing is that, their hitboxes are unintuitive, and their damage is way the fuck too high. I've said it. I'll say it. I think it's dumb that you can fight like Nishandra and get like scythe slashed for half your health, but some slow ass fucking paw swipe from a cat does 3/4 of your health. This is what I mean about interesting versus punishing, and it's a trap that DS2 falls into often, where rather than make a boss fight mechanically complex, they'll just make its hitboxes and like attack patterns unintuitive, and then make its damage too high. So it's not like that interesting to deal with. It's just, hey, don't fuck up for 40, attacks. Yeah, like, yeah. It is an element of this game's design that I dislike heavily. It might be my least favorite part of Dark Souls 2, and it is for that reason that Ava the King's Pet is going in the okay category. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Below Ornstein. Only okay? Well, there's also the double version of this fight coming up. So we'll get to that. Sorry, guys. I don't like this DLC that much. Lud and Zala. You saw me trying this over and over again on stream until finally I prevailed. It took quite a lot of time. So this is literally just the first boss except 2 of them. It's really lazy. Like, it's not... I don't find it that fun. If you add in the run back to this fight in terms of its quality, this fight would be worse than Bed of Chaos. Excluding the horrible run back. Wow, we're really just going to shield tank those instead of rolling? Okay. Excluding the run back, just dealing with the fight itself. I don't know. There's some like truth to the fact that it's pretty fun to dodge with these cats. It's so punishing. It is difficult, but it's not difficult in a way that excites me. It's difficult in a way that frustrates me. And for that reason, I am going to put them in the frustrating category. Yeah, no, I am. Yeah, I think so. For a lot of reasons. First of all, it's just, yeah, it's tedious. Second of all, it's not engaging. Third of all, it's incredibly punishing. Fourth of all, the lead up, and I can't forgive the lead up, the run up to the boss fight. And fifth of all, it's literally just 2 of the same guy that we've already fought. Without, like, anything really, just like one comes in halfway through the first one. Like, okay, great, No. And controversial opinion. I don't like the Burnt Ivory King. At all. Now, the lead up to this fight is incredible. In fact, watch. Holy fuck. That fucking rocks right there. Like, holy shit. You plunge to the depth of chaos beneath a kingdom that succumbed to it. That's so fucking cool. The problem with this fight is that, I'm sorry, as epic as it is, and it is. The problem is that it's boring. Because the first 3 minutes of this fight are these goddamn burnt ivory knights spawning, and you have to crowd control them and kill them at like the appropriate pace to not too quickly spawn the burnt ivory king, and you'll do big old fight, and the burnt ivory knights will always prioritize you for attacks. So sometimes you'll get beamed by a fireball from the side with like no lead up or warning because a enemy that was fighting your allies just randomly decides to switch to you, or they'll like charge at you through your allies from across the map. And difficulty-wise, all of this is manageable, even though the ranged attacks from the mages can be a bit bullshit. Difficulty-wise, this isn't that bad, don't get me wrong, but it's a lead-up to the Burnt Ivory King, or sorry, the actual Ivory King fight. And the Ivory King is boring! I'm okay with like long multi-segment fights as long as earlier stages of the fight lead into the later segments of the fight. Like there's something you learn, some theme or mechanic that you can master. To give you a good example of this, Godfrey. Godfrey in Elden Ring has 2 phases. He has the axe and he uses his fist. But there are commonalities between those 2 phases that gives you preparation to what it's going to be like next, I like multi-phase fights like that, where the initial phase, even if it takes a while, you learn about what's going to come next. But in this, you just get like a 3-minute NPC brawl before you get a shot at the boss, who can one-shot you, especially at soul level 1, which is, of course, what I was at. Here, like... There it is. And then finally, the Burnt Ivory King shows up. And if you have allied NPCs around, they can still spawn enemy NPCs if you don't time the kills that correctly, but, you know, whatever. But the brawl is fun. Yeah, but I don't want to do the brawl. I want to do the boss. And then you get to the Burnt Ivory King. And the Burnt Ivory King can kill you pretty easily, but this is another example of a fight that is punishing, not difficult. I just want to be clear. The Burnt Ivory King has high damage attacks that come out quickly and cover a long range. But once you figure those attacks out, they are trivially easy to deal with. Punishing, not difficult. This is the difference. I don't like punishing fights. I like difficult fights. A punishing fight will, if you make a mistake, you lose a huge, chunk of health or whatever, but it's not necessarily hard. It just means if you make a mistake, you're punished for it very heavily. Whereas difficult fights, those ones, it's not just that your mistakes are punished heavily, it's that you have to invest a lot of energy into not making those mistakes. This, to me, is a big, big, big difference between a fight like, say, oh, I don't know. What's a good example here from Dark Souls 1? It's like the big difference between like Bed of Chaos. Bed of Chaos isn't difficult, Bed of Chaos is punishing. If you make a mistake in Bed of Chaos, you basically die instantly. But it's not really difficult. Once you know what you're doing, it's like a trivial run through. You guys understand what I mean? You get what I'm coming at here? Okay, yeah. But then once you actually fight the Burnt Iron King, it's just a guy, just a dude, just a guy, just a dude, not hard, sad. I'm gonna put him in good, and he's lucky to be there. Fuck you. And that's Dark Souls 2. Okay, surely it's like 12:20. Surely after Dark Souls 1 and 2, we've sufficiently covered this, so we can pick it up next time. Nope, here's Dark Souls 3. Eodex Gundyr. Now, I gotta say, Dark Souls 3, big kick-in here. Dark Souls 3, all right? People have complaints. Reasonable complaints, I think. First of all, Dark Souls 3 was basically the end of real stamina management. Dark Souls 1 and 2 had real stamina management, to the point where, like a roll took a lot of stamina, and if you fucked one up and did one extra one, you're like, okay, well, that's like 2 attacks I don't get to make. In Dark Souls 3, stamina comes back quick, rolls take low stamina, and you can roll like crazy. You're fine, Stamina management really dipped off in severity with Dark Souls 3 and Elden Ring. Dark Souls 3... in terms of the fluidity of the combat and the complexity and difficulty and intrigue of the bosses, blows 1 and 2 out of the water. It just does. There are legitimate complaints you can make about Dark Souls 3 in terms of like stuff that it removed, changed. I agree. I think there are ways in which Dark Souls 1 and even 2 are much better. And there are low points to Dark Souls 3 as well. But in terms, on average, the quality of combat in Dark Souls 3, I think, surpasses 1 and 2. And the boss design, oh, we're gonna get to that. We're gonna get there. All right? So first up, we got Eodex Gundyr. Now, I adore Eodex Gundyr. Oh, God, do I... You could not even imagine. I guess we're going to be doing magic, huh? Now, here's something that Dark Souls 1 does better than the previous games that's very important. I want you to take a look at the movements of Eodex Gundyr, okay? Take a look at how the boss physically moves. You can read his attacks. When you get it, you're like in the fucking Matrix. everything about the attack he's about to do is conveyed wonderfully in the physicality of his movement, the weight of his body. And then they ruin it by making the first fucking boss of this game have a giant, weird, goopy guy tube sock thing, wacky, waving, inflatable arm tube man, who then just gets its own set of attacks and everything changes and is different. We'll get a real version of this fight later on in the game, who I hope to God the person playing will use actual weapons against and not fucking fireballs. I do like this as a tutorial boss, but I feel like its effectiveness is undercut by the unreadability of the big pus of man that emerges from Udex Gundyr, you know? No, the goop does telegraph its attacks once you know what to look for, but it doesn't do so in the same intuitive way that a humanoid body would, because of course we know what humanoid bodies look like when they move. Hardest first boss in the series, though? Yeah, harder than Asylum Demon once you've done the runabout, and harder than the, the Last Giant. I'd say so, yeah. Not by a huge amount, but yeah. Anyway, Dark Souls 3. We have fewer but higher quality bosses, in my opinion, to go through here. Not harder than Elden Ring? Yeah, well. Udex Gundyr. I really like Udex Gundyr. I'm going to put it in okay. Sorry, good. My bad. Not okay. Good. I'm going to put it right here above the Sanctuary Guardian. Right there. I like Udex Gundyr. I do. I get good feels when I look at that boss, you know? And up next, we've got the goddamn Vort, who also has one of the most boppin' soundtracks in the entire company's history. It's crazy. You can really tell that Dark Souls 3 came out after Bloodborne, by the way, because there are so many bosses in Dark Souls 3 that you just know. Like, you look at the bosses that were made in Dark Souls 1 and 2, and then you look at the bosses in Dark Souls 3, and then you see Bloodborne released between the two groups, and you're like, ah, okay. I see. Also, you probably noticed, but like, remember how some of the bosses in Dark Souls 2 had animations that looked a little bit clunky or just kind of slow and floaty? This is what I talk about when I'm talking about the readability and quality of boss animations. When this guy moves, like, all of these are such interesting and dynamic movements, you know what I mean? And I like that. I like that a lot. Even if the attack is exactly as difficult to dodge in both cases, I like this, you know, the incredible fluidity and, like, range, you know, it adds so much to the drama and to the readability of these moves. And we have a lot of that here in Vort, you know? Dead. Vort of the Boreal Valley. Vort is a good fight, but I think he's let down a little bit by the fact that, like Bloodborne, he's one of those bosses on their hands and knees where if you're just, like, right there in their taint, they can't do anything about you. I always think very ill of those boss fights in Bloodborne, in Dark Souls 3, where it's like, well, how do we beat this guy? Just, like, sniff their taint and swing your axe and you're fine. And that's true for Vort. I think that's a bad lesson to teach. Why can't I ever find anyone I'm looking for? Yeah, just sniff the taint. Sniff the taint. Dancer, Albert Pontus, what am I? Here, Vort of the Boreal Valley. I'm going to put Vort solidly in the high okay category. Actually, at the top of okay. Because I feel like okay might be a bit low here, but yeah, I'll go for I'll go for that. Up next we have the Curse Rotted Greatwood, which is another one of those bosses that is so cool in concept with like so little done with it. It's this giant tree where, well, it's curse rotted. I mean, look at it, and it's got like these pussy pustule sacs all over it that you attack as specific damage zones. I like this fight, but I like it mostly for its spectacle, and also because there's a kind of, like, r/oddly satisfying, you know, like, pleasure to popping those gigantic egg sacs on its crotch. You know what I mean? But all of its attacks are just kind of flaily. He just kind of spins. He just kind of, you know, he just kind of... He just kind of spins, you know? Like, you know, whatever. It just feels like a wasted boss, you know what I mean? There's something Joseph Anderson said in his video on Dark Souls 3 that I fully agree with. Once you break the floor and fall down to the lower area, and the big arm comes out of his front, it feels like there should be like a third phase to this fight. You know what I mean? It feels like there should be a third phase where like something comes out of the tree. See, there's another arm sticking out of its crotch now. That one. Dave the Vader, Dark Souls had performance issues and 30 FPS lock that they wanted to fix. Just kind of feels like stuff is happening personally. Do you guys understand what I'm saying? Like, there's so much cool potential there, but it reminds me a lot... What was the other boss I said had a lot of really cool potential with, like, Demon of Song? It gives me Demon of Song energy. In fact, it gives me Demon of Song energy. I'm going to put it next to Demon of Song. You know, I think that's fair. Curse Rotted Greatwood. I'll put you above, don't worry. But yeah, you two think of what you've done by wasting that potential. Come on. You think about it. Now, Crystal Sage is an interesting one. Because, and I said this before, Crystal Sage is a boss that I didn't realize how fucked it could get unless you're doing it soul level 1. The magic abilities that it uses are pretty high damage. Basically, you do a bit of damage to the Crystal Sage, and it goes under, and you, for some reason, have to wait for like 10 seconds for it to randomly show up somewhere. And then you beat it back down into the ground, and as long as you're hitting it, you're totally fine, because it'll always run from you. You know, it'll always try to, like, stay away from you. But then, midway through the fight, it'll start spawning a bunch of copies of itself that will distinguish themselves only by using blue magic instead of purple. If you're soul level 1, and therefore can't really take a hit, this boss is actually pretty tough. Like, if you have enough health and damage, this boss is a joke. But, like, this flurry of magic attacks can one-shot you really quickly, and it's a luck game whether or not you spawn close to the Crystal Sage, or whether or not they spawn close to you. This time it was close, and just got a kill. I struggled a lot more with that. This boss fight is not interesting. It's literally just a stationary magic turret that, like, will go back under and spawn somewhere else. On reflection, I actually quite dislike this boss fight, I think. I don't know if I dread fighting them. I won't put them in boring or frustrating, but I think I'll put them damn low and inoffensive. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Sage is only fun the first time. Now, people might disagree with me here. I actually like Deacons of the Deep. Basically, there's like this immortal soul that travels from, like, random dude to random dude, and you have to deal damage to that one. It's a little bit gimmicky, but it's also kind of, just sort of satisfying, cutting your way through large groups of mobs. It's not that difficult. It's not boring because it doesn't last too long. I don't think it's unfair because you can always manage the crowd pretty well. They're not super aggro. Yeah. I don't know. I kind of like it. It is very easy. I do wish it was a more interesting boss. It's not interesting, you know, it's just less strategic than the Skeleton Lords. There might be less strategy, but there is a bit more mechanical complexity to, like, planning your way around the crowd of enemies to get at the one who's currently holding the deacon, or holding the... Yeah, I kind of like it. Yes, I do. Deacons of the Deep. However, I can't say it's good. I'll put this in inoffensive. Inoffensive above Stray Demon seems fair. Hey, here we go. Let's go. This is the first proper duel. So basically, after making your way through the Farron Swamps, or whatever the fuck they're called, Farron Keep Swamps, you show up here and see a bunch of Artorias fanboys. And that's literally what they are. They're Artorias fanboys. Consumed by their desire to destroy the Dark. The problem is, they've been corrupted by the Dark, but they still seek to destroy the Dark. So they keep killing each other. They're also literally Bloodborne dudes. Seriously, look at this. This guy literally looks like a Bloodborne hunter. He has a fucking shirt collar up to his nose and one of those stupid pointed hats. He's a goddamn Bloodborne hunter. I really like this fight. It's basically your first proper duel, and it's a pretty good one, I think. It's not too tough, but it's pretty manageable. And the cool thing about Phase 1, because there are 2 phases with 2 health bars, is that in Phase 1, you don't fight just one of them. Is this person playing New Game Plus? How the fuck do they have the Drang Maces by now? Can you just play this regularly? Other Abyss Watchers will pop up from the ground. This person is playing embarrassingly badly for somebody who's playing a new game, I have to say. Anyway, and the other fucking Abyss Watchers will fight with each other like this. Look, it turns into a goddamn melee. Look at that. You get Drang Maces in Cathedral. It's not in Anor Londo? Am I thinking of a different Drang weapon? Oh, the spears are in Anor Londo. Gotcha. Anyway. Maybe it's not New Game then. I won't be cunty then. Alright, anyway, you knock him down. But they get up again, because they're never gonna get knocked down. They get knocked down. The blood of the Abyss Watchers sort of congeals in the body of one. And then you fight that dude properly. And like, goddamn, it's so cool. Also, the cool thing is, he embers. This is what you do. You're both Ashen Ones, effectively. It embers the same way that you do. You'll find this a lot in Dark Souls 3. A lot of the things you're fighting are just you. You know? They're in the same boat as you are. You can literally get this guy's weapons and use the same attacks that he does. And then you fight the same Phase 1 attacks over again, except this time there is a fire attack that comes alongside them, which is awesome. You can normally roll through both. Like, you roll through the original one, and then you roll a second time through the fire effect afterwards. Look at that. God, that's neat. Alright, that's enough. I'm just spectating at this point. Listen, it's a great fight. If you disagree with me, you're dumb. It's a great fight. I don't know how anyone could disagree with that. Abyss Watchers is fantastic. I would put this above Ilana. I would put this at the highest possible... Yeah. Abyss Watchers is a phenomenal experience. You know, I love fighting the Abyss Watchers. Not too bad of a run back either. You know, guys, do you ever fight a boss so fun that you get it to the end of its health bar and you like suicide to it, so you get to fight it all over again because you know that if you kill it, you have to wait till like New Game Plus or whatever. This is one of the bosses that I've done that for. You know, like like getting to the end of it's like it's so good. I just want to do it again. You know. Yeah. Anyhow, now we have the stray demon. Guys, we get the stray demon twice. Look at that. So, this isn't a boss. It doesn't have a boss health bar. I don't think it'll be included here. I think it's only included in the video. Yeah, it's only included in the video. Okay, so we can skip that. It's literally just the stray demon. You know, whatever. High Lord Wolnir. What have we said about cool designs with terrible mechanical executions? Like, look at this lead up. Like, just... I'm not even gonna... Just watch it. I don't care. It's sick as shit. Now here's the problem. Okay? The main issue is that it only looks sick as shit, okay? This fight is broken and frustrating. All you have to do to kill him is to break these bracelets that he's got. But he also seeps like invisible death gas that he'll sometimes retract his arms behind. So you'll run forward to attack these bracelets. But like, it's crossed the invisible death gas line. The problem here is like, this is such a cool looking fight that's over so quickly. And the gas will kill you randomly, and there's like basically no indicator on the gas, and he gets dragged back into the abyss, and goodbye, High Lord, whatever. You know, fuck you. Yeah, I'm considering this one frustrating. I am. Yeah. It's frustrating for wasted potential. It's frustrating for poorly telegraphed death gas hitboxes. It's frustrating for having basically unreadable attack animations that you just kind of vainly roll to avoid because there's no way the size of that boss allows you to see where their arms are going. Yeah, it's just a waste. It's just a waste, you know? Yeah. Damn shame. Damn shame. On a better side of things, we do have not High Lord Warner God. We have the old Demon King. The old Demon King is pretty cool. High damage attacks, pretty readable. With a retinue of ranged abilities. It's pretty fun, I think. Yeah, sad fight. It's like the last demon guy, basically, you know. I don't know why we're not locking on. This is one of those fights you want to lock on for, but you know, I guess if they're having fun. The main thing that I like about this fight is that this guy has the size and the threat level of a beast boss while having the maneuverability of a human boss. You know what I mean? Like, if you try to circle around him, he will turn around and beat your ass. He's got quite a range in that mace, too. By not locking on, we're not... See, oh, he's cool, too. He's, like, doing the fire magic. He's got all these, like, overlapping magic attacks that you have to, like, track while dealing with him. Of course, this guy's camera awareness is leaving something to be desired. Once you get this guy down to 10% HP, he can't move anymore. He's like Sif. Are we gonna see that, or is this guy just gonna plow through the last bit of his health bar? Oh, I think that did it. Oh yeah, he's just gonna kill him. Oh no, see? Look, his fire's gone out. See? Things are really falling apart down here, you know. Demons not as toasty as they used to be, it seems. Tragic. Great fight. Old Demon King, where do we put you? I think Old Demon King deserves to be in the great fight category towards the lower end. I would put it towards the... I'd put it above Looking Glass, in my opinion. I really like the Old Demon King. I do. Nah, you don't think so? Good tier? Maybe you're right. I do have a pro Dark Souls 3 bias. Listen, I can put it here between Pursuer and Velstap, but I'm not going any lower, alright? You've moved me as far down as I'm willing to go. Pontiff Sullivan is a name I remember you speaking. Is it? Pontiff Sullivan is a phenomenal boss with one bullshit attack that frustrates me. He's got a stab that he does with his offhand dagger that comes out too quickly, I think, to be fairly reacted to. It also has variable timing, so it sometimes kind of feels like a little bit random whether or not you get hit by it. He's fun to parry, even though I'm not a big parry guy personally. His attacks have pretty exploitable areas of effect where you don't even have to roll necessarily. You can just kind of run underneath the diagonal slash of his sword. I like him a lot. He's a cool guy, you know? But the coolest part of him is actually his phase 2. If you get him low enough, he summons a copy of himself that has pretty low health. You can kill it in a couple swipes. But what this copy does is it will do the attacks that he's about to do a little bit sooner. They try to stay next to each other, and the attack that the shadow does... Oh, we're just going to kill the shadow? Oh, well. Okay, you just saw... Okay, you're about to see it right here. The shadow is about to do a jump up. See? Then it follows. Dive down, dive down. See? Now, if you're clever, you can turn this into an advantage. See, in Phase 2, Pontiff Sullivan will implement attacks that have a longer windup and cooldown more to accommodate the fact that you have to dodge them twice. But what this means is that once you see the shadow version of him doing it, you know that the real version will be doing it about half a second after. That means you can anticipate when exactly to finish rolling and thus get the maximum... Yeah, this gives you Joseph Joestar powers. You know what their next move is going to be. It's actually a really cool mechanic. Not to mention if you kill the ghost, because they tend to stand next to each other, so any big sweeping attacks will damage both. And if you get rid of the ghost, then you know, if you hit both, you get rid of the ghost. If you do that, you know, he has to resummon it, which takes away more time from the fight. I actually find his second phase easier than his first phase. Thank you, Movement. See? What's the one big issue? Well, the issue is sometimes he does that little dagger stab in his first phase that I don't think is fair. But the second phase, he doesn't do it. I don't think he does it. Not sure if he does it the second phase. Either way, this fight's in the bag. Pontiff Sullivan is a good fight. I don't know if I'd say great. Because I do think that bullshit dagger attack needed some refining, you know. Pontiff Sullivan, I would put actually at the top of good. Personally, I would put at the top of good, in my opinion. I put it right there. IMO. I feel like we're still grading on a curve because I feel like there are a lot of bosses in Dark Souls 3 that I would rather... Like, I would almost always rather fight them than some Dark Souls 2 bosses. You need to make Vaush.gg, Vaush.gay for Pride Month or else you're a terrible brand. That's true. Actually, Keffels, I was actually thinking that I could do like a Pride Day celebration on my stream. Like a big call-in where I have the gays call in and talk about being gay or whatever. It could be like a whole thing. I feel, because, you know, because regular Pride festivals are going to be, you know, mass shooting breeding grounds this year. So, you know, we can all stay safe and huddle around the fire. of my stream. The warmth. Now, don't catastrophize. I'm being glib. All right. Old ye horses. But you hate talking to gays? Yeah, that's true. I'm very homophobic. Aldrich, Devourer of Gods. Okay, basically, here's your femboy drip, alright? So, what do you want to do when you see Gwendolyn? Ancient god king elf femboy person with tits, cool hat, magic abilities. What would you do? Well, if you're Aldrich, Devourer of Gods, you would eat Gwendolyn starting from the feet up and apparently ending right here around the waist level. Apparently he got what he wanted. Who can blame him? Oh, true, Keffel, same. I despise bottoms. It's well known. The issue with this boss is that it sucks. Like, it looks cool, but basically the gist of this boss is that it just kind of floats around for a while and then does some big magic AoE ability that you may or may not be able to dodge, depending on whether or not the moon is waning or waxing. He'll just pop up somewhere else, and it's like, woo. Wow. Woo, now he's over there. Woo. Wow. Woo. And he gets the fire version. Is he gonna do the bullshit Rain of Arrows attack? Because that's like the worst part of this fight. You know the Rain of Arrows attack, right? The Rain of Arrows attack on its own makes this fight, like, so much worse. It's such an annoying fight. Yeah, the arrow spam. Yeah, this fight's just sloppy. That's the main thing that I get from this fight. It doesn't feel like a cool dance with a powerful enemy. It just feels like just magic. Magic is happening. You know? It's happening. It's happening. Yeah, okay. I think this fight's okay. I think it's in the high end of okay. I would actually put it above Vort. I want it to be noted, by the way, that even though I'm putting these bosses where they are, I'm trying to frame them in the context of their own games. So, to put it another way, I will find almost any Dark Souls 3 boss more fun to fight than almost any Dark Souls 2 boss, just because Dark Souls 3 feels way better mechanically in terms of, you know, its roll timings and the floatiness of the combat and the snap and the feel and the design and everything. So a good for Dark Souls 3 might be better than a good in Dark Souls 2, if that makes any sense. That's obvious just watching it. Yeah, I'm trying to frame everything like contextually within, because if we like if we evaluate them on a baseline, I can't evaluate them on a baseline because I can't fight a Dark Souls 2 boss with a Dark Souls 3, like, mechanic, like, frame rate, everything, you know, like, level of floatiness or whatever. I can't do that, you know? Yeah, I don't know if he deserves to go above Vort. Does that make any sense, though? Like, imagine, like, it's like, imagine you're trying to rate, like... How would I put this? It'd be like the quality of like rating. I'm trying to think of it. Okay, like StarCraft 1 and StarCraft 2, right? For anyone who's played that, there are parts of StarCraft 1 that are way, 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 way better than StarCraft 2. But I would almost always rather play StarCraft 2 just because in spite of that, like all of the quality of life changes that have been made over time have significantly improved it, you know? Like, a good mission in StarCraft 1 might feel a lot worse to play than an okay mission in StarCraft 2. If that makes any sense. Look, I'm really just trying to give my thoughts on all this, you know? I wouldn't take these tier lists too seriously. The only thing that if you want a solid comparison with these tier lists, then only compare within game, you know? Dark Souls 3 bosses to Dark Souls 3 bosses, Dark Souls 2 boss, Dark Souls 2, Dark Souls, you know, that's the best way to do it. Does this logic apply to Elden Ring? Oh yeah, Elden Ring's a totally different game. We're gonna do Elden Ring next time, though. Yeah. Yeah. I think we're already doing a pretty good undertaking here. Okay. Yorm the Giant. Yorm the Giant is a gimmick fight. And as a result, it's not that good. Basically, the point of Yorm the Giant is that he's got infinity health and defense. But you can kill him in literally 5 hits, as long as you pick up the weapon at the back, at which point this fight is boring and a waste of time. Yeah. The better version of this fight by far is when you fight together. The fucking blasphemer. In Elden Ring. That's a way better version of this fight, where they give you a sick weapon that has like a special magic wind attack, specifically against the overpowered dude that you're fighting. Yeah, Hanabiya X, that was from Zuli the Witch's channel, which is a pretty pog channel. Yeah. Rykard was sick as fuck. When we get to Elden Ring, I'm gonna really get in the in-depth analysis, by the way. I don't really care that much about doing in-depth mechanical analysis and breakdowns for these games that are 5 years old, but when I get to Elden Ring, there's a reason I beat these fuckers on rune level 1, okay? I'm telling you what these goddamn fights are. Will I do Sekiro? Nah, I haven't done Sekiro. Anyway, literally, you just get like the Storm Ruler, and then you do this charge-up attack. Oh, there it is. It's just like, eh. It's just not that interesting. Just not that interesting. I'm putting Yorm down with, like, inoffensive. Honest to Christ, I don't really look forward to the Yorm fight at all. There's nothing mechanically interesting about it. Oh, don't get me wrong. He is insanely cool. Yorm is insanely cool. I love, like, the lead up, you know. No, you're right. I think Yorm deserves to be in boring. No, I agree. I agree. I'll put him at the top of boring. But I think I agree. There's not really a mechanical pull to this fight at all. Even if you decide to go without the Storm Ruler and fight him in regular melee, he only has like 3 attacks, because they expect you to be done with the fight by then. Yeah. But don't worry, guys. If you want gushing about Dark Souls 3, we're getting to it. Oh, we're getting to it. Dancer of the Boreal Valley. This fight takes me so long to master on Soul Level 1 because this bitch has like 50 fucking moves. It is insane how many moves this lady has. She won't stop. She's got like it's crazy. This is a very, very, very difficult fight. And one thing that makes Dark Souls 3 pretty cool is the fact that you can actually fight her at the beginning of the game and immediately gain access to Lothric Castle. It's like an intended sequence break that gives you access to high-level upgrade materials and weapons really, really, really quickly. Which is awesome. Yeah. This fight is so cool for so many reasons, okay? So first of all, she moves differently from almost any other boss in these games. She has a very fluid, rhythmic motion, but it's not floaty. That's the critical difference between this and Dark Souls 2. Everything she does feels very purposeful, the muscles coiling like a snake's before she attacks, but it's still slow and deliberate. There's a weight to everything that she does. It doesn't feel floaty at all. She has this... There's something so menacing about her that I really like, especially because she has maybe one of the most... like feminine designs of anything, any boss in these games. Like all of her motions are incredibly graceful and well dancery, and her design is pretty eminently feminine. But her grace, yeah, exactly, Hanubia. Her grace is meant to be haunting. She is very intimidating because the way she moves, like it doesn't feel like there's a human shape in there. It feels like there's something else stuffed into humanoid armor. You know? All of her motions are like something strong and barely contained, mimicking the gestures of a human. And that is, like, really cool. She's also pretty damn tough. She has some of the longest combos of any... she has some of the longest combos of any, like, look... of any boss in these games. Once you figure out her combos, you know how to read them properly and deal with them. But while you're figuring those combos out, that attack in particular got me so many times because it was an insta-kill to me at Soul Level 1, where you'll be behind her, like this, and she snaps. Yes, I agree. A boss like this can only exist when dodging is essentially free. She snaps her left arm back to do an overhead slam. This motion should not be physically possible for a human, but of course she's not a human. Look. That! You see that right there? One more time. Crazy how quickly that comes out, you know? She's looking away from you. She lifts both of her shoulders up like she's about to do a slash in front of her, and then maybe a quarter second. God! And she has follow-throughs, too. She doesn't even stop there. Such good animations. Oh yeah, this boss must have taken an insane amount of dev time. Insane amount of dev time. Anyway, obviously, I really like this fight. I really like this fight. So, Masterpiece, I can't put this in Masterpiece. I can put this at the top of Great. I have to reserve Masterpiece for the masterpieces. One cool thing is that her moves are telegraphed in 3-4, while almost every other boss telegraphs in 4-4. I don't know enough about music to know what the fuck that means, but that sounds about right. No, I mean this in Great. There are issues with her fight. I do feel like sometimes her combos go on a little bit too long, to the point that it slightly compromises the flow of the fight. And I do feel like there's a lot of RNG in her fight. That is to say, sometimes she'll just kind of like walk around and let you kill her, and sometimes she'll like go hyper aggro, and anytime you step within like 50 feet of her, she'll initiate her 800 move combo. There's a lot of variance that can sort of affect the quality of an individual boss fight. And guys, going to the top of Great is great. Okay, let's not allow our standards to slip. This is literally so far my third favorite boss we've covered in like 2.5 hours. Let's not affect our standard progression too much. Fantastic fight. Asyros, the Consumed King. So, we had our fun with good fights. Here's a bad one. Asyros is a Bloodborne boss. So he is the worst. He even looks a little bit like the elevated Great One. The one with like the big blubbly face, the big white blubbly face, you know? Ebrietus, yeah.
You ignorant slaves. Finally taken notice, have you? Of the power of my beloved Ocelot.
Ocelot! He loves his invisible baby. Yeah, basically the lore of this fight is this guy was the king of Lothric, but he became obsessed with the idea of immortality and power, so he wanted to assume the form of the dragons. But as is always the case in Dark Souls, people who attempt to assume the form of the dragons actually, like, fuck themselves over. And he's got a kid, and the kid's invisible. Maybe. It's kind of hard to tell. Also, he's crazy.
I will not give him up. For he is all that I have.
Yeah, he's blind. Well, he's blind, but the baby's there, because you can hear the baby crying. Wait, the kid actually exists? Yeah, you can hear the kid crying. I think that's what he's holding. I think he just drops the kid in the second phase. Literally, I think when he goes feral in the second phase, he just drops this baby on the ground, and, like, nobody knows where it is, so it's crying, and you're, like, stepping on it when you run around. Wait, he crushes it? Oh, wait, hold on. I didn't know that. So you can hear the baby. It's implied he's losing touch with reality. Implied? Look, the first half of this fight is fine, but when you get to the second half of the fight, he just turns into like a standard feral beast where he just spins around and flails, and there's nothing interesting about it. Oh, here we go. Oh yeah, dude, he slammed it in the ground. What the fuck? No, wait, I just heard the baby still cry. Yep. He's not a part of your system. He throws it on the ground. How's that child alive? Well, it's like an invisible dragon child, baby. Look, yeah. Look, Osiris is just an okay fight. Like, the first half is fine and interesting and all, but the flailing beast fights just don't have much going for them. I'm gonna put them right up here with Sif, because they're both on 4 legs. Definitely, in my opinion, below Aldrich and Vort. In my opinion. Like, it's okay. I don't, it's not that boring, you know? It's just, you know. Oh, we're getting there. Oh, we're getting to the autism. Dragon Slayer armor. This fight is so fucking cool. Basically, it's this armor, Dragon Slayer armor, being puppeted by these pilgrim butterflies, which are basically like ascended pilgrims from Lothric that are floating around this place, like anticipating your emergence as the Dark Lord, or whatever the fuck you're called, the King of Hollows. And then they're puppeting this armor, and the music slaps. I mean, another cool part of this fight is the fact that, again, the shield is a total invulnerability zone. You can't attack the shield to do damage to him. It doesn't matter whether he's blocking or not. It will always fail. His attacks are very high damage, but very, very fun to engage with and dodge. He attacks equally with his shield and his axe. In fact, I would almost argue that the shield is the more dangerous of the 2 weapons. At least I get hit by it more often. Oh, and this is one of my favorite moves of any boss in any of these games. Look, it's so good. When you knock him down, okay, you knock him down, so it seems like you're about to get in some free hits, but he just does a giant slam in front of him. It's hard to see because this guy moves around it, but it's a subversion of expectation. Normally, when a boss staggers back, it's like, you know, you get an opportunity to double down and do more damage. But in this case, if you stay in front of him, you take a colossal hit. God, that's good. Zoop! Haha, that's a lot of health. Once you enter phase 2, the pilgrim... Once you enter phase 2, the pilgrim butterflies start to intervene and start casting shots from the sidelines. Look at that damage! Woo! He gets you. My main issue with this boss fight is that I don't feel like the attacks done from the Pilgrim Butterflies are effectively communicated. As we're going to see from later in this, in Dark Souls 3, it is possible to have ranged onlookers do attacks when you're engaged in melee combat that feel like they're fair and consistent. And I don't feel like that's done here. There are times where you can get just kind of pelted from the side, and I don't like that. I like this fight a lot, though. This is an easy great for me. Very fun to fight, too. Very fun to fight. I'm going to put the Dragon Slayer armor in the great category. And high up there, too. I don't think he stands up to Alon or Ilana or Quelaag or the Fume Knight. It's fair to put Dragon Slayer armor ahead of the dragon, right? That seems fair. No, I would, yeah. No. No, I think this is fair. In my opinion. Yeah. Yeah. Better than Quelaag and Fume Knight? Maybe. It's rough out here. Don't worry, we have some easy decisions coming up. Champion Gundyr, aka Giga Chadlord, aka the best flat-out weapon-on-weapon duel in the fucking game. This guy, this fight just doesn't stop. He does not stop. Yeah, you can parry this guy pretty easily, and parrying him is incredibly satisfying. This guy is a duel, with an incredibly relentless opponent. You know, like he just fights and he 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 doesn't stop. And every attack that he does is telegraphed, and the motion is perfect. And it's satisfying, and he kicks you, and he fucking stomps, but he's not, he tries to hit you, but he stomps again. Oh, God. Yeah, there's such a snap. There's such a snap to every move that he does. I love fighting this guy. It is so satisfying. Parrying him is really satisfying, too. He's pretty easy to parry, this is one of those fights where I would say beat him without parrying him first, you know? Look at that! He doesn't stop! Also, his attacks are all high damage enough that they'll pretty much one-shot you with Soul Level 1. So, you have to kind of no-hit him. Woo! I'm close there. This is the thing, man. He does not stop. But him not stopping feels fair because it's not just him, like, randomly restarting an attack because you're near him. It just feels like a natural, graceful, continuous flow of attacks. Like he's a champion, you know? Yeah, his second phase is just him trying harder. It is an incredibly good fight. Keep in mind, this guy's got, like, embered max health with, like, full plate armor and shit. He got hit quite a bit, too. Oh, you know I gotta do it to him, folks. You know I gotta do it to him. How could I not? I'm sorry. I love Champion Gundyr. How could I not? He's a fucking masterpiece. He is. He is. I love him. I wouldn't put him up there with Artorias and Manus. I think he's below those two, but I think he's a goddamn masterpiece. I love him. God, I love him. We've got even better things on the horizon. Ooh, boy. All right. Up next, we've got the Twin Princes. Basically, here's the dealio. Why does this fight go on for so long? Basically, these guys are Lords of Cinder, and they were like, hey, you have to link the fire. And this kid was like, no, actually, we're just going to let the world rot. Nice move. These two definitely fuck, right?
Now have your rest.
So basically, Lorien, who is the crippled, larger mute of the princes, he steps down here and he fights you. And I really like this melee duel. The thing is, it's not that difficult. He has this teleport mechanic, which is really fun because it means that you have to memorize the position that he was in before the teleport happened. So, like, if he has his sword raised, after he finishes teleporting, he's going to bring it down. You have to be ready, essentially, to dodge the attack he's charging up in it from a new location. And I like that. This is the only time that I actually like teleporting as a boss maneuver mechanic, you know? I really do. Because it's very active and engaged. Normally, teleporting is, like, boring and slow, and you have to, like, run over to them. God, when we get to Elden Beast, am I gonna have words to say? But, you know, in this fight, the teleporting is an attack. He's attacking with the teleport. Which makes it, yeah, the camera tracks the teleport, too, which means that, you know, you're here with it. I really like this first half. The problem is, this first half is too easy. He only has a couple of attacks, really, and they're pretty, you know, simple to roll through. Now, the second phase, after you kill Lorien, your boy Lothric, the top in the relationship. Oh, I've played Sekiro, Stalin like Ballin. He's zipping down. I'm on my way. Vroom. You can't tell me this is platonic.
Rise if you would. For that is our curse.
Very cool lore moment, by the way. One of the things that I really like about most of the main bosses in this game is that they're unkindled, just like you. The Lords of Cinder are basically just stronger unkindled like you. When every single time you fight one of the Lords of Cinder, like, they're either embered or they take advantage of their ability to resurrect. Exactly the same as you, you know? Like, Lorien and Lothric can... Like, canonically, all of these guys can rise from bonfires, just as you do, you know? No, they're not unkindled. I mean, like, they're made of the same stuff. Unkindled is like a class designation of the ash arisen from those who failed to link the fire. But look, they can kindle just like you, you know. They're also ashborn. He's got a femboy scarf. Yeah, he literally rides his brother. Anyway, in the second phase, you fight the same as the first phase. The principal difference being that you add in Lothric's magic attacks. Now, the second phase is much, much, much harder than the first phase. However, I find its difficulty a little bit frustrating. I don't like when magic is used in this way. They did the same thing in Aldrich, Devourer of Gods, where they'll do this thing. No, Badokuchi, I'm familiar with the lore. I'm saying that in terms of their, like, relationship to bonfires and their ability to kindle and their ability to call upon flame to empower ash, they're the same as us. Which they are. Canonically, all these guys can come back from bonfires. Everything can. The only reason they don't show back up is either because they've quit, gone hollow, in which case they're... Okay, canonically in Dark Souls, if you kill something and it doesn't show back up, that's because it's gone hollow. Which means that after you kill the fucking bosses here, they're like hollow somewhere with sunken eye sockets wandering around a fire and like next to a garbage bin, okay? After you kill... I'm sorry to say it, guys. After you kill Champion Gundyr, okay, and he doesn't show back up, that's because he's like bumping his head against the back alleyway of an Arby's, all right? Judging by these rankings, you don't seem to like dealing with multiple overlapping attacks, only if they're fair. And to be fair, this is fair. This fight is fair. However, I don't think it's that fun. Like, oh, deal with the same easy attacks as before, but this time, like, there's a sprinkle of magic that you have to watch out for. It feels like an uncreative and random way of, like, adding difficulty to a fight, because it's fairly easy to implement. I don't like the little magic sprinkles. I like the direct magic attack. I don't like the magic sprinkles, you know? I don't like the little sprinkly. He does it quite a lot, too. And you have to keep killing them over and over here because Lothric, the younger prince, will keep resurrecting his brother. Which is a pretty fun mechanic. It makes this fight go on for ages if you don't have high damage or if you're not confident enough to dive in on Lothric at the right time. You can actually speed up this fight if you're skilled enough to attack Lorien, the Elder Prince, from the back. You have to do it, like, directly from the back, though. If you're hitting him, like, 180 degrees from behind, you deal damage to both him and the younger prince. Like that, right there. And that can really speed up the fight. You have to be quick about it, though. Yeah, just hit him from the back. I like this fight a lot. I consider it a great fight, but on the lower end of great. I would put it... I would put it here, right next to Dragonslayer armor, I think. I do like the fight quite a lot. Now we have... the Ancient Wyvern. The Ancient Wyvern is a puzzle boss. It's a huge dragon. You don't fight it directly. You run up some scaffolding and up over a bridge, and then over some more scaffolding, and then you drop on its head and instantly kill it. There's not even anything to, like, say here. You run up to here, and then you just one-hit kill it. This giant dragon with... yeah, it's boring. I think it's boring. Yeah. Like, there's nothing to it, really. It's... don't get me wrong. I think the concept could be good. The idea of a, like, puzzle platformer boss where you have to make your way across a difficult enemy-laden area to, like, one-shot the boss. The execution here is just boring, you know. In terms of boring, what would I put it? I'd put it below Yorm. Yeah. Yeah. We're in for it now, lads. Oh, there's only 2 more left in the base game, and then there's just the DLC. Oh, shit. Guys, you know him. You love him. It's the goddamn nameless king. Hello. Lost son of Gwyn, the defeater of Hassan's. This guy begins the tradition of dragon fights being made way the fuck better by making them be attack the head centric. I will infinitely prefer dragon fights when they involve specifically targeting and attacking the head. In the first fight, in the first phase of the From Software fight, what the fuck is this guy doing? The camera sucks in phase 1, though. As long as you know when to attach or deattach it, it's fine. I have no idea what this person is doing. You should always stay in front of the head. There's no reason not to. The camera is not a problem in this fight if you're in the right place and know when to detach it. Anyway, in phase 1, you fight the Nameless King while he's on the back of the King of the Storm, this wyvern thing. It's not a difficult beginning part, though the attacks here do crazy damage, like ridiculous damage. Yeah, depth perception can also be difficult to figure because much like the Four Kings, you have kind of a void floor, which means that knowing your distance relative to the enemy is pretty tough to figure out. Dust and Gun, I do agree. I do think that ultimately this first phase is a detriment to the entire fight because it's so much easier than the second phase. I would have preferred they evened out the difficulty a little bit, make the first phase a little more difficult or have a little bit more health, and make the second phase a little less difficult and have a little less health. Like evening it out so the total fight is just as difficult, but making the first fight a little bit less of a like waste of time gatekeep. But a little bit. It's a very good fight. Anyway. Eventually. This guy is not that good. Yeah, his first phase is less fun, but I feel like if it was more difficult, it could be more fun. Okay. Anyway, we're getting this game's Ornstein and Smo reference here. We got the goddamn Nameless King, who's dressed up like a fucking anime warrior, deciding to zoop his companion. getting zooped. Hey, Pip. And then you get the sickest goddamn... God, he looks cool. The crazy thing about the Nameless King is that I'm pretty sure the dude's hollow. Right? You can see his nose bridge and eyes. I'm pretty sure the guy's hollow. I don't think he thinks anymore. So, but he still fights like a fully capable warrior, you know? I think he's just old. Maybe, but like if he's hollow, yep, the cursed greatsword does extra damage to him. Is that true? Wait, hold on. Is Nameless King hollow? That would be a confirmation. Yeah, he takes 20% more damage from the sword. Yeah. Okay, yeah, no, he's hollow. So this guy's just the biggest badass in the fucking universe. No, that's a confirmation. That sword does 20% more damage to hollowed enemies. It's also used as confirmation for Slave Knight Gale going hollow midway through the fight. Hollow doesn't mean gone, though, right? Well, hollowed creatures maintain different levels of... There are degrees of hollowness. Like, for example, the knights that you fight in Dark Souls 1, 2, and 3, the knights are also hollow, but they're also pretty clearly, like, patrolling areas, right? Like, in Dark Souls 3, the knights for Lothric Castle are hollow, but they're still, like, patrolling, using magic, coordinating with each other to fight. Being hollow is kind of a spectrum, and the stronger you are, the more likely you are to maintain some facsimile of functionality when you've gone hollow. The fact that this guy is able to not only ride a mount, but like sacrifice it and absorb its power after, this guy is like... What a fucking king. What a nameless king. Jesus. Jesus, this is the mental equivalent of like the greatest possible degree of like, yeah, he trembles when he kills his companion. Like he has something left in here. Jesus. And then you get like the best fight in the base game. I would say that Champion Gundyr, in terms of pure mechanical satisfaction, is a better fight than Phase 2 Nameless King. But Nameless King is elevated tremendously by the setting, the lore, the build-up, you know, the spectacle of it all. The Hollow Slayer Greatsword, according to the wiki, does no extra damage. I don't think he's hollow. Are you checking Fextra Life? Saw multiple people saying that it does 20% extra damage. Way cooler than Gundyr. It is true in design and, like, spectacle and everything. This fight is so fucking fun. I think the main thing that I and everyone else like about this fight, the thing that we really like about it, is the fact that it's so obviously fair. There are no overlapping attacks here, and he has pretty obvious windows where you can heal or damage him. He's just fucking strong, you know? Like, I really, really like that. Yeah, it's the good kind of difficulty. At the end of the day, good difficulty is difficulty that remains fun. And God, this fight is fun. Yeah, he's this game's main secret boss. I really wish that I could see videos of this being played by, like, regular players instead of people who are compensating for their lack of skill by, like, ultra min-maxing... What is that? Dark Drang maces with onion armor and ember full health. What is this guy? Level 200? You know? I'm sorry, I'm being mean. I did all this so level 1, so like I'm being a snooty cunt about it. But you know, any way you play, beating this game at all is an accomplishment. I'm being a cunt right now. How was the soul level 1 of this guy? Not that bad. He's super fair. Anyway, yeah, it's a great fight. It's a masterpiece. You're an idiot if you think otherwise. I don't even know how. I don't think I can put them above Artorias and Manus. I'm sorry. I do put him above Gundyr, though. I do. I think that's fair. Okay. These two, yeah. Okay. Don't worry. We're still gonna rock the house here with our ratings. We've still got work to do. Okay. Don't you worry about it. Soul of Cinder. This is the what? No, Soul of Cinder. What? Why does it? They just did the wrong timestamp there. Okay, whatever. Okay, so I hope we can agree on this. Soul of Cinder probably has the most beautiful boss arena of like any shit in ever. It's clear that they were inspired, at least in part, by fighting Germain in Bloodborne, because it's like all these pink flowers with like the swords in the ground and blah blah. So in terms of like lore, this fight is basically unrivaled by anything in any of these games, in my opinion, except for Slave Knight Gale. So what you're fighting here is an amalgam of all the previous chosen undead. You're at the site of the first flame, which at this point is barely embers. And this creature, the Soul of Cinder, this manifestation, has basically taken the form, the spirit of all those who have been sacrificed to it. And the majority of those who have been sacrificed to the first flame over the many, many years have been chosen undead. So you fight a bunch of iterations of chosen undead. You know, there's a dexterity pyromancy build, there's a straight longsword build, there's a spear and miracles build, there's a sorceries build. Some of which are much easier than others, by the way. The sorceries build in this first phase is significantly easier than the others, at least when you're playing as a melee character. In my opinion, the dexterity pyromancy build is much, much more difficult than the other three, and this one. I think this one is way the fuck harder than the other three, and the sorceries one is way easier, in my opinion. But it's a damn good fight. You might have noticed the soundtrack is bopping. Well, guys, remember how I complained about the Gwyn fight back in Dark Souls 1? Well, the Dark Souls 3 devs, Miyazaki listened, and they fixed Gwyn. He got hit by the transformation, yeah. It's so fucking good, man. The second phase... In the second phase of the Soul of Cinder, it assumes the form of the first thing to have ever linked the flame, which was, of course, Lord Gwyn. So you fight, essentially, a new and improved version of Gwyn's moveset. And it's, by the way, so much better than Dark Souls 1's Gwyn moveset. Like, everything feels so much better. They got rid of that bullshit snap attack that you can't react to properly. They added, like, a bunch of faith-based attacks and some cool overhand swings and everything. It's just so much better. It's so much better. It's insane how much better it is. No way. He got hit by this twice? Okay. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm being a cunt again. I'm sorry. I'm really trying not to. Anyway, this fight fucking slaps. It really does. It's really, really good. The first phase, in my opinion, is more difficult than the second phase. The second phase, when you fight Gwyn, is actually really easy, because all of his attacks have really long pauses afterwards. Now, my main issue with this fight is that, even though I do think it's quite a bit better as an end fight than the original Gwyn and as Nashandra, I don't think, in terms of mechanical complexity or interest, this fight matches not just Nameless King, but the you know, the Champion Gundyr. I think you know, at the end of the day, it's a very cool boss as a spectacle and lore-wise. In terms of actually fighting against it, it does not give you that same, like, pulse-pounding, energetic thrill feeling that you get from fighting like a real master of a boss. Why is this helmet a piece of garlic? It's an onion. How does Dark Souls have the reputation of crushing difficulty if this guy's getting pummeled and still alive? Well, this guy has basically maximized his build for survivability. I mean, Jesus fucking Christ. He's got a shield, full Estus flasks, which is to be expected, Flash Sweat for fire resistance, Ember, maxed out health, and the Knight of Katarina armor for maximum armor. Like, if we took a look at his rings, I guarantee you this motherfucker is rocking, like, the plus, the plus fire resist and the steel resist ring and the, yeah, you know, again, I'm being super mean here. Yeah, okay. Okay, it's a really good fight. I don't think it's a masterpiece, but it's a really, really, really good fight. I'm going to put this up here at the... No. The second top in great. I think Dancers of the Boreal Valley is better. Below Dancer, yeah. It's time. It's time to quit fucking around. It's time to quit fucking around with these bitch bosses. It's time to get to the best content in From Software history. We're talking about the Dark Souls 3 DLC. Oh, it's time. Yeah. A true masterpiece, Gravetender. Alright, first we'll get this one out of the way. We're also going to be looking, I think it... Nope, this is the same playthrough. There it is. There's the shield. There's the Drang Maces. Yep, alright. Get ready for the same quality of performance. Alright. This fight sucks. Basically, it's like you start out fighting an NPC guy with 3 wolves, which is, like, pathetically easy and uninteresting. Also, the Gravetender, the champion Gravetender over there, has a really weird ability that no other NPC-style enemy has, which is that he can jump attack you while blocking. Nobody else can do that. That attack right there, if you attack him while he's doing that jump, it'll be full blocked. You can't knock him out of it. It's the weapon. It's specific to the weapon that he's using. It's just weird, you know? Anyway, basically, you fight the champion's Gravetender for a bit, and once he gets to half health, the wolf comes in. And the wolf is something you've already fought before, and it's literally just a big wolf, and it's not interesting. You finish the champion's Gravetender, and then it's the wolf, and then you fight the wolf. I have nothing else to say about this fight. It's distinctly uninteresting. Yeah, it's distinctly uninteresting, you know. Yeah, I'm gonna put this I'm gonna put it with inoffensive. Honest to God, I'm gonna put it with inoffensive because I don't think it's boring or frustrating. It's just like, okay, you did a boss. Yeah. I'm putting this totally arbitrarily. My brain can't process the relative rankings of this many things. I'm just putting it there. Okay, so we got that one out of the way. Time to get to the actual good content, and I mean it this time. They better play the cutscenes. They have to. It's 12 minutes long. We're getting all the cutscenes here, okay?
Flame flickering once again. Not enough blood yet, Shade. My flail. Bring me my flail.
The painting. The painting rots. The prophecy states that the painting and its rot must be burnt away with flame. But Sister Frida does not wish to see the flame ignite in her painted world, so she commands Father Ariandel to quench the fire with his blood.
Ah, Frida, what stops thine ears? Please, my flail, right away.
You need the flame to ignite because the rot has consumed the painted world.
Bring Frida to me, please. Canst thou not see the flame flickering once again? Soon will it surge. I can see it, feel it.
But Sister Frida, an Ashen one just like you, and a sister of Londor, the City of the Dark,
Fret not, Father. We have no need of thy flail.
does not want you to have that flame lit.
'Tis only the flame quivering at misguided ash.
Beat Miyazaki classic.
Please avert thine eyes. I will snuff out these ashes for good.
The basic premise here is that you and Sister Frida are both unkindled. You're both Ashen ones. Both of you respond on a cosmological level to flame. But Sister Frida is born of Londor, a city known for its deceitful and dark-worshipping hollows. Frida is not herself hollow, but she does wish to avoid flame, so she escaped to this painted world, and quenches its flame by convincing Father Ariandel to wet it with his blood. She kills you here because she sees you interfering with her plans to keep the flame from lighting. And yes, I will continue to talk about this as though I am Vati Video, because I fucking love this fight. The first phase of this fight is a pretty standard one-up duel against an incredibly dexterous and fast, scythe-wielding opponent. She will alternate between, like, basically heavy attacks that she telegraphs the start of by putting her scythe behind her head, and lighter attacks that she'll engage in normally. Every once in a while, she'll go invisible and jump to a random point in the room. You can tell which direction she jumps to because the trail of the dust cloud that she leaves after going invisible, the direction of the dust cloud will tell you where she lands to. See? Look. So she goes invisible. Wait for it. Right there. We see a big plume. That's the one going horizontally, and then one going vertically. Because it doesn't flay left or right, she's jumping directly behind the protagonist. And there you go. If you turn around quick enough, you see her land, too. One more time. See? What do we look at here, folks? Narrow here, larger here, meaning that the dust that's plumed here is older than the dust that's plumed here, meaning this got kicked up sooner, meaning she jumped this way. You can even tell the exact line off to the left. If he turns quickly enough, you're going to see the plume of dust right where she lands. He did not turn quickly enough. But there she is. You can also hear where she lands if you have earbuds or headphones in. When you drop her, she dies, which is, you know, what happens. Father Ariandel goes goblin mode. See, he was averting his eyes, and only looked up when he saw the blood pooling around his vessel. He breaks himself free of the chair that she confined him to. And ignites the flame in his vessel. And much like you, and in doing so, spreads flame to the rotten world. But in doing so, he has exposed the unkindled Sister Frida to fire. Which, as with you, brings you back. And this begins what is, in my opinion, probably the single best Ornstein and Smo asymmetrical gank fight in all of these games. The thing that makes the gank fight fun and interesting is that the two guys you're fighting have to have totally different, like, movesets and movements. They need to have different movement patterns so you can separate them and choose which one you want to target. In this case, Sister Frida only attacks in melee when you're nearby. If you're at range, she constantly spams these big ice trails on the ground, which warn you because they don't do damage initially when they hit, but when they explode, they do a fuck ton of damage. So there you have a warned, telegraphed ranged attack that you can respond to without having to constantly keep an eye on her. Meanwhile, Father Ariandel is mostly melee focused, but he does have some ranged attacks as well. There are constantly openings that you can choose for yourself in this pattern of the fight. Like, non-stop. Here he goes for a ranged attack and spills fire forward, and you get some free hits on him. But there's the ranged attack hitting you. Absolutely fantastic. She's about to heal, but you can knock her out of it. She'll melee when you get close to her, though, so you have to be careful about that. These two can one-shot you if you're not careful, but it's always fair. It's always, it's always telegraphed to you. There's always something you could have done. I really, really like that. The game also gives you the windows to create these opportunities yourself. Frida doesn't generally chase after you, but Father Ariandel does. So if they're close together, as they are right now, and you want to get them apart, you can usually just run away, and Ariandel will chase after you. And when you bring them down, because they have a shared health bar, they do the greatest fake out in all these fucking games. They give you the motherfucking Titanite slab. They give you the fucking item. Dude, the fight's over. Ha 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 ha. And then goddamn Black Flame Frida. She comes back twice in this fight. The first through the power of flame to her ashen body, and the second through the power of the black arts that she learned in Londor. And you get your fucking third fight with her. And the amazing part of this fight is that it does exactly what I mentioned earlier. It's a multi-phase fight where the earlier phases are training you for the later phases. Her attacks in this are basically the same as her attacks in the first phase, just that her attacks have extended combos and she has ranged finishers in addition to them. But fundamentally, you've learned the same basic skills. Most of the attacks that you see in the third phase have at least some preliminary form in the first phase that you can use to learn from. Here you have to quickly track where she's moving when she's invisible, because if you don't, she follows it up with a gigantic black flame attack, which this person's going to get hit by a second time because... well, at least he rolled out of the way. Another thing that I like about her is that very much like Millennia in Elden Ring, she's very strong and very fast, but she's staggered by like any hit that she takes. Meaning that if you're bold and aggressive and roll through her attacks, you can actually keep her from hitting you by attacking first. Another difference is that unlike Millennia, who will eventually develop hyper armor and just attack whether you want her to or not, in her case, she doesn't develop it very often, meaning you can like keep running into her and keep attacking over and over and over again. And if you're good, and you have to be good, you can keep damaging her. It is such a good fight. It's a bit long, and damn if it's not hard, you know, especially when, as was the case for my Soul Level 1 finish with her, you die to any of these combos. But I do like it when these bosses encourage aggression on your part. Yeah, this fight definitely demands a lot of skill. You know, definitely a skill base, for big skill issue. You know, yeah. In my opinion, this is this is one of the best boss fights, not only in From Software games, but in games generally. In terms of its internal design structure, the flow from one phase to another, the way one phase teaches you about the next, the spectacle, the lore, the everything about it. It's so goddamn good. This person sure is a lot better than the Onion Knight of Katarina, huh? Well, I buy shitty cars. I did recently beat these fights in essentially a no-hit run. In a Soul Level 1 playthrough, there are two kinds of hits. Hits that you can survive one attack from, and hits that you can survive 0 attacks from. And that's the only difference. Like, that's it. That's all you get. The goal of, like, building defensive stats in Soul Level 1, vis-a-vis, like, armor or rings or anything else, is making sure that the right attacks, like, you can survive one hit from them. And that's the goal. Literally snorting Estus. I don't know if our Onion Knight would have been able to beat this boss. Maybe this is the Onion Knight. The DLC did come out, like, what, 6 months afterwards? Anyway. Eventually, inexorably, Black Flame Frida finally does drop. Well done. But we're not done yet, folks. That was the Ashes of Ariandel DLC. We still have the Ring City DLC. This is from a different channel. We're seeing a different person now. Rank her? Oh, you fools. You foolish babies. How could I not? I'm sorry. Don't get me wrong, I love Artorias and Manus, but they put work into the final bosses of the Dark Souls 3 DLC. DLCs. Ooh, that hurt. How could I not? Easily, just an astonishing boss. Ridiculous boss. Just insane. Insane. I can't believe they made that. But will they top it? Yes. This person has a pyro build. I'm just hoping they do the actual fucking fight. Up first, I actually did some of this on stream. Up first, you have the Demon Prince. This, in my opinion, is the second best gank fight ever done in any of these games. So they do something really cool here. Now this is a long fight, and I feel like it's a little bit tedious, which drags it down a little bit, in my opinion. But there is a genius bit of design here, where you're implementing these two things that I talk about. First is that if you're going to have a gank fight, make sure that the two bosses have telegraphs for ranged attacks when they commit to them, and different movement patterns. And for two, if you're going to have long, multiple phases, make sure the later phases build off the first phases. Now, the first phase of the Demon Prince's fight is essentially one where they swap off roles. Initially, one of these demons will be enraged, which means that it will glow and it will attack melee only. It will charge at you. The non-enraged one, which you can see here is the one that's not on fire, will use one of 3 ranged attacks, depending on your distance. Close attack, it'll vomit some goop. Mid-range, it'll do a big vomit breath. And long range, it'll do this big exploding path. And the nice thing is that all 3 of these give you an acceptable telegraph for the ongoing or for the incoming ranged attack. And what that means is you never get, like, just blindsided by a ranged attack, which is nice. The melee, that's the, see, look, it has an indicator. Look at that. Look, see? Whoosh. Then explode. Beautiful design. That's all I want. Make everything feel fair. They've dropped the one demon. Now they're going after the second one. Let me skip ahead. See? Now, after the second demon is felled, the second demon rises back up and becomes the Demon Prince. They go goblin mode, as it were, becoming ultra-empowered and adopting a number of extremely powerful attacks. But the nice thing here is that if you look at their animations and you pay attention, the melee animations of this Demon Prince are the same as the melee indicators of the lesser demons. When it does a melee attack, it does the same damn animation, just on a different model. Which means that when you get practice... Okay, this player that we're watching right now is quite good. Better than me. Or at the very least, very good. It's hard to tell from the one selected video we're seeing. But I like this boss a lot. I like the fact that it doesn't flail randomly, but instead has, like, fairly predictable coordinated attacks. See? This is the charge attack, remember? He's going to do a scrape backwards with his... Yeah. All these attacks, they're familiar. And what that means is that time spent in the first phase is not wasted. It carries over into practice on the second phase. You're correct, Stalin like Ballin. Depending on which of the lesser demons in the first phase you kill first, you determine which super move this Demon Prince gets in the second move. Is Vaush behaving normally here, or are all gamers this obsessive? Only the ones who soul level 1 all the From Software games. You have to be if you want to be able to do that. You can't casual play through your way through soul level 1 Madeir, my friend. You gotta work for that. I really like this fight. I like this fight a lot. I do not think it's a masterpiece. The main thing that detracts from the masterpiece categorization, to me, is the fact that the fight begins to feel a little tedious. In the first phase, I feel like both of the demons, yeah, I think they have too much health. Frankly, you learn the lesson, 2 minutes in, but it can take 3 to 4 minutes, depending on your weapon and damage. It's like lesson learned, right? I genuinely feel like this boss would be just improved by reducing the health of both of the initial demons, the lesser demons, 30%. I actually think that might move this to a masterpiece, just because it would keep the pacing and the flow up to the second phase a little bit better. Yeah, it's an endurance fight, but the first phase isn't as satisfying to move through. The second phase I enjoy more. It's even if it's an endurance fight, it's one that requires more of you. The first phase doesn't require as much of you except patience, and I dislike that. That being said, anyone who says this isn't a great fight is huffing copium. Demon Prince, I would say, is above Soul of Cinder. I would still say below Dancer. I would still put it below Dancer. We have quite, you'll notice, by the way, and you could say this is biased, but Dark Souls 3 is heavily biased towards the greats right here. We have 7 Dark Souls 3 bosses occupying the top 9 spaces, and I believe that. I really do. I do believe that. And we're not even done yet, are we? No. No. So up next, we have the necessary, underwhelming boss fight from Dark Souls 3, which is the Spear of the Church. So this was the PvP fight for Dark Souls 3. Basically, there's this big judge, and he summons normally he would summon a player of a certain covenant who would arrive with like bonus health and extra abilities and stuff like that. That's the normal version of the fight. Now, if you, wait, does the judge not participate in the fight? I always run up and fight the judge right at the beginning. Wait, does the judge just sit there? Oh, he just leaves. This whole time I fought him. Okay, whatever. Okay. Okay. He's an enemy sitting at the back there. Why wouldn't I attack? Okay. Anyway, now, as is the case here, if there's no NPC, if there's no player to summon, an NPC gets summoned, and you've got this guy. And basically, it's just like an NPC summon, except with inflated health, a couple of extra abilities, some magic, and every once in a while, a Painting Guardian who can do an AoE heal will show up. I actually found this pretty challenging on Soul Level 1, mostly because a lot of this guy's attacks will just fucking kill you in one hit, and he's pretty quick. If you have enough health to survive an attack, though, you can just poise through it and hit him and just fucking stunlock him in the way Dark Souls 3 allows you to do. This fight is, whatever. It's okay. Can I just put it okay? It's just... I'm gonna put it at the bottom of okay. I don't, whatever. It's, yeah, it's a PvP, but it's, okay, yeah, low, yeah, okay. I'll just put it there. Now, all right, everyone, we're cranking the giga autism levels up. We have to do Slave Knight Gale last. Obviously, we have to do Slave Knight Gale last, okay? All right, listen up. Goddamn Midir. The best dragon fight in all From Software. Bar none, not even close. Plasudasax in Elden Ring doesn't come close. Lich Dragon Fortisax doesn't come close. None of the ancient dragons come close. I don't think that Calamite comes close. Sin, I don't think. No, it's Midir, motherfucker. And the OST. Fuck! This guy has more health than any other boss in these fucking games. Like, get ready for the music drop. Fuck, that's good, dude. The fact that the strings are timed to kick in after his charge attack finishes, so he'll always spin to look at you right when it starts. Holy shit, that's good. Fuck! God, that's... The good music. I'm not even that big of a music guy, but, you know, a well-implemented motif can add so much. God. So let's talk about the boss, okay? Here's an issue. Dragons are supposed to be big, right? I mean, if it's a little drag, you know, if we're fighting a big dragon, you know, it's got to be a big dragon. So the issue is that, like, for a lot of From Software bosses that are dragons, what you get is, like, the boss will do some big attack, and then it, like, lands, and you, like, chop at its legs. Not very epic, huh? Also, there's a problem with movement and momentum. Dragons, any big movement from a dragon, whether it be flight or charging, is going to move them away from you, which means downtime in the fight, you know? This has been a problem historically for these dragon fights because they, well, they get kind of boring, you know? Now, they did realize something with the King of the Storm first phase part to Nameless King. And that is this. These fights are so much better if you do double damage when you hit him on the head. Am I not right? Tell me that I am not correct. They're running up to, like, the side of a dragon to chop at its foot 4 times before it does a big flying attack is uninteresting and kind of lame relative to the, like, magic of a dragon hitting them on the fucking head. That's the shit. In this fight, the only lock-on point for Dark Eater Midir, the only place you can lock onto him, is his head. The game communicates to you, hey, this is where you're meant to be targeting. And even better, they deliberately design Midir so that when he does an attack, almost always there's an opening. His head is close to the ground afterwards. Let's see if this guy plays in a way that... Oh, please tell me you're not a tail attacker. Oh, no. Oh, please, God, let this be a fluke. I only go for the head. Okay. He's gonna chomp. Yeah. Okay. Just for the fire attack? We'll see. Okay. Let him do the swipes. Oh, no. Why, though, in that attack you can only attack the tail? Because, look, when he's done with the fire attack, where do you think he puts his head? Right down there, see? His nose was touching the ground. Please. Oh, wait, hold on. This guy might not be the epic master of Midir. Oh, God. Oh, God, this guy's patterns are all over the place. Now, we need to find a proper hitless Midir run. That's what we need. Because that'll show. Because anyone who's playing that hitless is going to be playing... yeah, here we go. Dark Souls Midir, flawless, hitless. Here we go. Soul level 1, new game +7, Dark Eater, Midir, flawless, no rolling, sprinting, or blocking. What? Okay, well that's going too far. This person's going to do some psychotic damage because they're like level 999. What is the audio with this one? Why? Okay, look. The point that I'm laboriously trying to get at here is that they did something with Midir that they, in my opinion, have just not been successful with anywhere else. Which is they did a compelling boss fight, which we're not going to see any of because of the way this guy is playing. What about this? This person also has some psychotic level 999 damage build. Okay, here we go. Look. He does big attacks. But look, the head is there. See? The head is there. You see? Swipe, 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 swipe. And the head is there. See? This is what I mean. This is what I mean right here. The boss is designed so that after every big melee combo, if you know how to, the head is there. Look! It makes it fun too. Yeah, I can't tell you how much more fun it is to like track and respond to the position of the head as opposed to like running in to get chip damage on a tail or a leg every time you get a shot. It is so much more fun. It turns it into like such an engaging back and forth. You know, this is still some like autistic like 1 million skill shit here, you know, but like you get what I'm talking about, right? The head is there. Now this is the big fuck up with the ancient dragons in Elden Ring. There's never a chance to attack the head. Then we go into phase 2, which adds some ranged attacks and the double flail. Midir's not a perfect fight, don't get me wrong. There are issues with waiting, the flail attack can take too long. But this boss fight represents an understanding from some it's been a long night. From Software to design a really, really good boss build. And one other thing too, as you may have just noticed, the boss got staggered. If you deal 70% of Midir's health damage to its head, you get a stagger, which allows you to take off the rest of the health. Like 25%. Only if you go for the head do you get that. It is a brilliant fight if you go for the head, and a tedious slog if you don't. Yeah, we gotta get the laser beam. My dear. My dear, don't you want to shoot a laser? My dear. My dear. My dear. My dear. Does he really not shoot the laser in this one either? He's got a big laser attack. I feel like now I have to show it. You know, it's statistically unlikely that he wouldn't there. He normally does it at least once. Deer, laser, attack. Dark Eater Madeir's insane laser combo. 500,000 views. I love it when people are excited about this. Now, he's got 2 laser attacks, but one of them is a hell of a lot bigger than the other. Yeah, when he flies away. That shit'll one-shot you. If you don't have crazy high health. The coolest part of that fight is the dynamic tracking. You know, the rigging for the 3D model, like, I assume this guy's, like, cheated to level 999. This guy's head will actually, like, the laser will follow your position. Like, it'll tilt, and the direction will change based on that. Look at the tracking on the last laser shot. He literally flicks his head to meet his location. Like, you're never safe from that attack. You know what I mean? God, it's good. Alright, guys, we've put it off long enough. Madeir is a masterpiece. Best dragon fight they've ever done. Below Sister Frida, in my opinion. But a masterpiece. Let us not forget, there is yet one experience. Deep within the ringed city lies the priestess Filianor, daughter of Gwyn, shrouded there to protect the city from the ravages of time. But oh, alas, what happens when yonder unkindled toucheth the egg? We are warped many millennia into the future. We see the pygmies of the ringed city, dead, scattered around the thrones. One of them still yet crawls. But why? Because of the man in the red hood. Slave Knight Gale, who has been around since the beginning, has spent the past eternity gathering together the Dark Soul by consuming those who wield it.
What? Still here? Hand it over, that thing, your dark soul.
Slave Knight Gale led you to the Ringed City so that you could meet him in the future and take the soul from him. He intended to die to you. Because while Slave Knight Gale may have been strong enough to assemble the Dark Soul across the ravages of time and wet it with his blood, he could not return to the past and bring it to help his lady's painting take shape. And thus begins the best fucking fight in any of these stupid-ass games. Slave Knight Gale, the knight of the cosmos, warrior unto infinity, wielder of the Dark Soul, John Dark Soul himself. At the end of time and space, when all the world has been ground to naught but ash, yet a Mr. Soul, Dark Soul, Johnny Dark, who knows that every soul has his dark. He fights you first as a beast, because he's not yet hollow, and an eternity of fighting to consume those who wield the Dark Soul has left his mind ravaged. but he is still driven by a purpose. The purpose to reunite the Dark Soul, something which he feels he has not yet accomplished. Such a sick fucking fight. So he knew you would break the egg, stop the time extension magic, and can travel back from this far future? Yes. All of the... Literally, yes. He's the one who leads you through the Dredge Heap. His shadow is the one that points you towards the Ringed City. Literally everything in both of the DLC was his plan to reunite the Dark Soul and bring it back to Arya. This fight, the first phase of this fight, is incredibly fun and interesting. It's fair, but fast. Once you get used to his Bishio combos, they're pretty easy to avoid, but you get to exploit his stagger system to deal more damage. But eventually, you wound him. And you spill his blood on his greatsword, and he sees his blood for the first time in countless eons. And it's not red, it's black.
Is this the blood? The blood of the Dark Soul.
Instantly, realizing that he has succeeded in his noble goal of reuniting the Dark Soul, because he's not seen his blood in such a long time, he hollows. His mind empties and he becomes not but a vessel of will. And all the death within him begins to spill out. And because he's hollow and no longer tainted by an eternity of fighting as a beast, he stands like a man for the first time in an uncountable length of time. Turn that shit up, Charles! The souls he's consumed literally spill out of his greatcloak, which follow the swing of his blades, demanding of you incredibly precise dodge timing. He has a fucking machine gun crossbow. In Phase 3, he loses further control over the souls that he's consumed. Wherever they strike the ground, lightning is summoned, as he is still a practitioner of the old ripples of wind. He also goes goblin mode. I always thought it was interesting how the more he hollowed, the more human his movements. Yeah, I think because when you hollow, you revert to a primordial state, right? And his primordial state is that of a man. It's his recent experiences that made him bestial. It's also kind of endemic to the Dark Soul within him, right? At this point, he's literally the wielder of the Dark Soul. The idea of hollowing only making him more of a man was somehow incredibly fitting to what the Dark Soul is represented throughout the eons. Yet he's not more of a man. He is currently the most man. Fuck, that attack is so cool. When he jumps up in the air and shoots down. I could just watch this fight forever. God, it's so fucking good. So goddamn good. And all this was done just so that you could take the Dark Soul from him. Is he gonna get the Dark Soul? Oh, I think this is New Game Plus. Otherwise, the Dark Soul would have appeared in the inventory. Rest in peace. Okay, you can be sad about Slave Knight Gale dying, but to be fair, I feel like he kind of deserved it, don't you? Literally, the world has been ground to ash. My dude's out here since the fucking Cretaceous era, eating and fighting hollows. I feel like it's okay. You know, let him chill. God. Yeah. We can't put him in Masterpiece. We've effectively drawn the borders. Slave Knight Gale, get up there. Yeah, let's make it hot pink. Oh, hey, chill out. Okay, don't get uppity now. Fuchsia. There we go. Oh, God. God, that's good. Alright, good. That only took us like 12 hours, and I haven't even done Elden Ring. Don't worry, Elden Ring only has a few bosses. It won't take that long. We'll do Elden Ring next time, okay? We'll do it next time. It's okay. God. Look, I just want to say, crippling autism aside, the reason I care this much about these damn games, you know, obviously there are things about the lore and setting that I like, but in a pure mechanical sense, you know, and I barely talked about the mechanics of Slave Knight Gale, but to put it simply, it is incredibly difficult, incredibly fun, incredibly engaging. It feels great. It's so good. Look, oh my God, cat! I do have cats. Look, you can see, yeah, pigeons standing up to look at the Gex. Can you not terrorize them? We not? Nah, she's just looking. She's a little bitch. She wouldn't do anything. Anyway, yeah, standing goblin. Look at how long she is. She looks so freaky back there. Can I like throw something at her? Is there something like incredibly light? I need like a little foam ball that weighs 1/10 of an ounce that I can toss at them. The chicken? She knew. Oh, wait, no, she didn't know. Now she's exploring the chicken. What was I saying? Oh, anyway, there aren't that many types of games that there's something really, really special about the From Software type of game in that there's an incredibly modular level of engaging difficulty that is done in a real-time fashion that I don't think is replicable in many other genres. So, to give you an example, like in a shooter, right? Like the difficulty of a shooter is pretty much always going to come down to how well you can shoot. Like, not a lot of it is going to come down to knowledge of the mechanics of a fight, really. Like, that can be a little bit, but for the most part, it's like being able to shoot good. That's the point of a shooter, right? That's like that's the whole point. but there's a really beautiful mix of like awareness, knowledge, reflex, and like rhythm that flows through From Software type games that I don't think is like prominent in a lot of other genres. And what's more, I think that From Software does a much better job of implementing this difficulty than a lot of other games of its type. Anyone who's played Lords of the Fallen will know what I'm talking about. Also, let's be fair, Neo as well, definitely a little clumsy at times. But From Software does a really, really good job, I think, at like creating these experiences. Because at the end of the day, that's what this is about, right? This is about creating an experience. Um, and because there's nothing quite like these games to deliver that like orchestral, momentous, weight to the significance of you beating a boss. I don't feel that way about other games, like there's something about, because people like that about the From Software games, the whole if you die it's your fault, get good, if you overcome it it feels amazing, it's difficult but that kind of thing. Yeah, I don't know, I just think yeah, the feeling, put simply, of overcoming an obstacle. And one of the reasons that I'm like picky about these fights is because I think I want to see more game studios do stuff like this. I don't know how much like game playing you guys do, but I've played a lot of games. Like my whole life basically, and not always good ones either. It's not all AAA stuff, like I used to be the kind of person who would just go to a store and just like buy random games and like, oh, what's this, And like historically, not just bosses but games in general, they have not been super interesting on a mechanical level. Oftentimes difficulty will just come down to like knowing whether the guy will pop out from the corner, or like the very basic mechanics of some shit, or like how many bosses have you played in games? The Gex are assaulted. Pippin. Pip pip. Oh god, my fucking shorts are that short, huh? Pip pip. What? Okay, what was I saying? Look, a lot of games just do difficulty really, 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 really poorly. It's easy to make a difficult game. It's difficult to make a game that is difficult and fun. That's the tough part. Difficulty on its own is determined in large part by the inconvenience and like trial and error and mechanical complexity of a task that you have to accomplish. You can make an unfathomably difficult game simply by making it almost impossible to beat without like near precision perfect inputs, like pixel perfect, frame perfect. Like, oh wow, you did it. You could program that easy. I could program a game like that. So easy. Wow, great. It's not going to be fun. Pigeon. Whatever, they're fine. It's not going to be fun. You have to make it fun. You have to make it fair. You have to make it engaging. You have to make it so that when people fuck up and die, the feeling that they get isn't one of frustration, but rather this kind of like enthused, grim determination to overcome some difficult challenge. And you can get that sometimes. The key to that usually is making it just as fun to get back up to the point that you died at. But there are a ton of different ways to do it. Pigeon, honestly. Yeah, making shit fun and difficult is what matters. If you guys ever want a really good don't if you guys ever want a really good example of what difficulty without fun looks like, look at old NES games, okay? Like the old Ninja Turtles game or Ninja Gaiden. Games like that. Those games were way the fuck harder than anything From Software has ever made, and totally unfun and not fair at all. The only way you could beat those games was through like autistic memorization, okay? Not even like mechanical knowledge, but just like an obscene level of familiarity with everything that's going to happen to you, you know? And that's, I don't, like, I mean, that is difficulty, but like, it's dumb. That's just dumb, yeah. Well, I want to be the guy, and I want to be the Vaush. We're both kind of like riffs on that, but I unironically think those games were far more fair. I want to be the guy was mostly a troll game that was made difficult. It's like fucking meme, and I want to be the Vaush as an ultra hard platformer that is like like pixel perfect precision, but it is marketed as that. You know what I mean? Contra is legendary for being gross to play. Yeah, like in Contra, after you run out of lives, you go all the way back to the beginning of the game. That's pretty common in the old games, you know? And that is a function of difficulty, but is that fun or engaging? There are just so many types of games that do difficulty wrong. One of the worst examples of difficulty settings being implemented is in fucking Skyrim, dude. Holy shit. Nothing quite like me booting up Skyrim thinking, oh, this is a normie game. We can do it on hard mode. Because, like, yeah, whatever. Like, I'll get through it. Having a battle axe, running at something, hitting it, and doing 1/80th of its health. I was like, oh, great. Cool. Great. This will be a rewarding experience. Stupid. Yeah. Legendary Skyrim is the most unfair bullshit to ever play. It's not just unfair, it's just unfun, you know? Like, games becoming more difficult shouldn't make them less fun. Look at, like, good games. Doom Eternal. Doom Eternal does not become any less fun on Nightmare difficulty. In fact, in my personal opinion, it becomes far more fun than the lower difficulty settings, you know? Like that, yeah, it's way, way, way more fun. Nah, I haven't played Kingdom Come Deliverance. Risk of Rain 2. Well, in Risk of Rain, the difficulty is set by the time that you spent in the world. Pigeon, what do you do? Pigeon. It's the only thing smaller than her, you know? You know, one thing that I think you could do, so a function of difficulty is the time it takes to get back to the point where you died, right? Like, if you're doing a really challenging like series of events, but when you respawn like 5 seconds before where you were when you died, that can only ever get so difficult because you only ever need to be successful in very short chunks for you to make progress. But I feel like more can be done with that, you know? Like, here's the thing. You guys know Malekith from Elden Ring? The first part of Malekith and the second part of Malekith are both difficult, both of the phases, but they're totally different fights. I feel like it would have been so much better if, like, you'd fought the like the beast clergyman, you know, and then when you beat him, like the floor collapses or something, and then there's like a save point or whatever, or like a collapse, and like there's a grace you can save out, or and then but then you go down there in like the depths of the temple, and then you can fight Malekith, and it's their own boss, you know? I don't know. Putting them together, these two totally separate bosses. Yeah, I feel like that would have been so much better. No, yeah, like the floor collapses and it stays that way after. Like you just do it like once the other. I like it when the first phase leads into the second, but not only are Beast Clergyman and Malekith like totally different, they're like opposites almost. In every imaginable way, they're completely different. You're fighting against like a creature with a different movement and different movement patterns and a different weapon and a different size and a different stance and a different posture and different attack patterns. They will use magic, but a different type of magic. It's like it's completely different. Yeah, I find Beast Clergyman pretty fun on Soul Level 1 because basically everything one hits me and I can do it no hit really reliably. The Beast Clergyman. And it's such a fast fight too, so it requires so much like dodge timing on your part. But like if you do it enough, right? But then like Malekith comes out. It's this completely different fight. And I don't know. All right, it's really late. I need to eat food, and I'm like literally stumbling over my words at this point. Whether or not I stream tomorrow will be determined by vibes only. I love you very much. You're beautiful. If I missed any donos, am I fucking retarded? What do you mean? I can see the donos that I missed. There were literally like dozens of them. Yeah, I'll read the donos tomorrow. I love you. Thank you for tolerating my autistic ramblings. We'll get to Elden Ring when we get to Elden Ring.